No, it wasn't. It's saying we're going live right now. Actually, it might have been. We'll see, because it is a 30-second delay. Hey, everybody. My name is Jerry Williams, aka Greater Sapien. Thanks for stopping by. I am here with my buddy Jesse Vale.
Hello.
And we're gonna be shooting the breeze for a little while. I didn't mention this to you, Jesse, but generally with YouTube videos, if you swear within like the first 30 seconds or so, it kind of messes, it messes with things. So kind of stay away from the swearing at the very beginning. So as we're shooting the breeze when it comes to the election here. Let me pull up I actually got to pull up the thing here and see if anybody's watching. Okay, we do have a few people in the room. Cool. So right now it's really early. I think Jesse is kind of scanning through things right now to see if what's going on out there. But it's really far too early to call anything. Anything. I mean, they have some states that everybody knows. They're not worried about that. But
yeah, they're pulling those now.
Yeah, they're pulling those now. But we're gonna have some guests today. We know some people who are going to be available to come and say hey to us every so often. So we'll be pulling folks in every so often. Do you have the YouTube page up there, Bain?
I do.
Okay, so there's some.
I'm about to click on it.
Okay, there's some
people waiting for us to go live. So
yeah, there's some people in the room. We got Dennis Hutch, hey, Humblebee, When We Meet, and Anders Genbo, and who else is in here? Manny Soar and Marty Rules. Marty Rule, hey, Marty Rules, thanks for the super chat there. Love your content is what Marty Rule says with the donation.
Oh, sweet.
Are you familiar with super chats, Bean?
No.
It's a way people can donate to support what they see, so they
content,
have it set up so you you just donate some money. You can just
I see it.
And
that's cool.
And it pops up kind of.
Hi, Robin.
Pulls you out there so that you can
hey, Dustin.
You can acknowledge them. So thank you very much, Marty Rules.
Yeah, thank you, Marty.
Robin Q is in the chat as well, saying hi to you. And Dustin. Yeah, Dustin, we're gonna get is that Ashley on? Okay, I see on. That might be Ashley out in New York. She'll be coming in a little bit later today.
Sweet.
As she sits at home in her PJs in a black room. Pretty sure that's how it's working.
Nah.
But yeah, so
that's what I would be doing right now.
Yeah, right now.
But I'm imbibing.
Oh, really?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Enough to take the edge off.
Yeah, sometimes like this I wish I drank.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like, man.
But I had to wait for a while because I was like, man, if I pregame this.
On says she's the most political member here. That's an inside joke between her and I. Yes, you're the most political person I know. Yeah. Sucks YouTube takes so much. Oh yeah, YouTube does take a lot of I never even notice how much super chat I get in terms of donations, but I appreciate it all the same. I don't know about you. I have a question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
And folks who are watching, his name's Jesse Vale. I will call him Bean. I will call him Bino. I will call him Jesse.
Bino's my nickname.
It's all over. So I'm talking to this guy right here.
Yeah.
Are you prepared for Trump to win?
Yes.
You are.
Because, yeah, because I have to be doing.
Nice.
I had to. When you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honest about the stuff. I have a panic disorder. That's kind of why he's asking me this without saying, Jesse, you have a panic disorder. How have you? But that's essentially what that translates.
I actually want to ask everybody who comes on.
Yeah, for sure. But there are some inside jokes. So in order to be able to deal with it, I kind of had to say to myself, he won. Mm-hmm. And how to deal with that. Times I have to take things to their extremes. Obviously, the other extreme, if he loses, I don't have to consider that in terms of my stress levels. So if he wins, I had to say, okay, am I ready for this? And no, I'm not, obviously. I'm not okay with that. but I had to take some points of view. What would happen if he did win? And the basic sentence that keeps going through my mind is they if he wins, they're just going to dig their grave deeper because they're not handling this right, and they're not going to handle it right more.
Right.
And he's already turned people away from him. So if he gets 4 more years, then he'll notice.
Yeah.
For
My biggest
one.
issue is not even that he'll dig his grave deeper. He'll dig graves for other people. That's going to dig graves for other people. Doug asks, so if Trump wins, will it be 2016 again? He wins the electoral college but loses popular vote.
I just heard a piece on this.
There's no way I can't conceive of a way he wins popular vote.
No. Oh God, no.
Yeah.
But I just heard on NPR that they were like saying he could win by 5 or Biden could win by 5 to 7 million votes, and Trump could still get
it all depends on where the votes are. Yeah.
But that's just mind-boggling. 3 million was hard to fathom, but ugh.
It's crazy. I'm emotionally ready for like the night, like his victory. If he wins, I can deal with that. I'm not quite sure I'm ready for what he does with the victory and what the country does with the victory.
Yeah.
The empowerment that people will feel they have,
excuse me,
is something I don't think I can truly fathom. I don't really know, because
you mean like once he has what he will call a mandate?
Yes.
And no fear of re-election.
No fear of re-election. And those who support him, those who are driving around Al-Qaeda style in the trucks, what it will do to their psyche, to feel that they have the power to do.
Yeah, I'm not ready for any of it.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about that.
But I have to layer on top of that. I was just talking to Dustin about this earlier, right, Dustin? I have to think in the long term, or I can't do this.
Yeah.
So I have to think of this, the arc of history is not going to look kindly upon this man, no matter what, or this administration, no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if they won everything they wanted, and if they totally screwed up our democracy, I mean, I have to go there sometimes in order to combat this anxiety that I have. Even if all that occurred, it won't last long. It can't. It's impossible. Those types of regimes aren't designed to last long. It just won't.
Yeah. Ashley says, Trump winning scenario, we need a game plan. Hopefully he loses the Senate. Yeah. I mean, he's really projected to lose the Senate. I'm hoping the Dems get like a good 54, 55.
That'd be great.
Just something nice, and a nice little buffer, because Democrats are herding cats. It's like once they start trying to actually do things, there's going to be 3 or 4 who are going to want to do whatever the fuck they want, And so you can't just have, we have 51, we're good. Nope. You got to have like 55, because of those 3 or 4 who are going to go, no,
right.
We need we need more.
Again, our greatest benefit and our greatest curse is that quality of us.
Yeah, so it's gonna be but so I have to be in it's really difficult to beat an incumbent president. It just is. It's just one of those things. But if any incumbent president can lose, it's him. I mean, he's done everything he can to lose.
Yeah, exactly. He has tried everything he can to lose.
Yeah. But it's there's also
I just realized this is a movie. This is like Brewster's Millions. I just realized that this past 4 years he's been trying to get impeached because he doesn't want to do this.
Right. It's like,
but he can't say it.
Like the producers.
Yeah.
Brazilian saying accompanying the counting. I'm not prepared for where the world is going. Trumpets. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm prepared with that reality of this is where our country has gone, that we've gotten to that point where his mentality, his way of governing is acceptable, and that's the new baseline.
Well,
and that's where we are.
Yeah, but that's the other thing I've had to deal with,
Yeah,
because now we're not talking about future or possible future. We're talking about something that exists now that I have to come to terms with. And you've heard me talk about it for some time now, because I've had to come to terms with this. Although I would hate it if anybody, if any state were to secede. I just think that would be a nightmare for everybody involved, including them. We are and have always been two countries mushed together. Always. That's how we began.
Yeah.
And that's how we'll end.
So
yeah, it's just now we see them. It's not that they weren't here. It's just that people come out from under rock. People have always been racist. That's why you and I like crossed our eyes when they're like, oh, well, this is the end of racism. When Obama got elected, and we're like, yeah. Because we've known they're there. They're under the rock. We can hear them. We hear the dog whistles and see them rear their ugly heads now and then, and we happen to know, you see one roach, there's 1,000 others. So
Doug says somebody just called Colorado for Hickenlooper. That's a flip seat, I think so.
What?
For the Senate.
Yeah.
So
I'm it's a shame. I know we wanted to be on now, but Shields and Brooks is on the news hour right now. I'll rewatch this later. I'm so curious what they had to say. Earlier on Friday, they did say that they predict a Joe Biden win, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And these are pretty savvy guys. So, oh, by the way, did you get my that town that we were talking about? The one that votes and is always
Notch?
Voted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that little town. All
Notch.
Biden.
Dixville Notch.
Yeah,
Dixville,
they all voted for Biden. Notch. So if I believed in such things, I'd be very pleased.
Yeah. I think Hillary won last time too, but she didn't get them all. She got like 50%.
Did she get 50?
Well,
yeah. Well, that was pretty
and there was like 3 and then 1 person for some rando,
Ben Sass won.
It's gonna be so I had to just go by the base assumption that that he can win, that much like you, I had to just kind of tell myself that that's where things are going to go, just so that it was he says it was Fox that called Colorado. Okay, cool. So you can probably trust if they say a Democrat won, then a Democrat won.
I see someone here is watching in the Netherlands. Are you really going to watch till 2-3 a.m., my friend Andy?
I know that's crazy. I purposely didn't like call out to the people I know who were like in Europe and on.
I was going to try, and then I realized what the time difference was.
Morthos is Australia. What are you, 15 hours ahead, something like that? So that's not bad. That's Pennsylvania, they're calling it. No, they're just looking at the difference.
Yeah, I got to start looking at what I have on the computer.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so it's like Trump. I don't know. Did you see what he tweeted this morning?
I didn't.
Like at 3 a.m. This is his like, he tweeted at 3 a.m. a 2-minute video which was pretty much a montage of him dancing to YMCA.
Ugh. So the one, like a video made of making fun of him, he posted it?
No. This was them posting like him driving up YMCA, and then they would cut to him. Ugh. And then he would shake hands with somebody or throw a hat, and then back to him doing his little dance. Like that was like some reason they don't understand how cringy his little double hand job movement.
I know
dance is.
Remember when you could lose the presidency by looking like a dork with a helmet on in a tank? You remember that? That was weird, wasn't it?
Who's winning Florida? Florida's going to be tight. No, yeah, it's all up to the undecided, the non-party people on that. It's Florida's going to be tight. Right now, I think Trump's up 51%.
Who's winning Florida? I don't even know. See, I'm so confused where to look for the.
But yeah, it's too early to call for that.
I can't see who's winning Florida. It looks like at current which is NewsHour, which is being fed from
The YMCA video.
What was the
secured
source? The what's it called? The
AP.
What's the press? The AP.
AP Associated.
Yeah,
Press?
the AP. Sorry. Has Trump 51-2 and Biden 47-9.
Yeah.
So, and then Jorgensen, who cares?
He just died a little. Someone just said. Yeah, the Senate. I said this before. Trump losing isn't enough for me. Yeah, that's going to be something.
Not even close.
Yeah. Hey, we have Aisia in the waiting room.
Hey, cool. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have some people that are going to be coming in. I'm going to let Aisia in right now. Aisia is a dear friend of mine.
She's a bit on schedule, right?
Yeah. Here we go. Hey, your video's not on, Aisia.
Hold on.
Could have given her a little.
So as you can see by her
hi. Okay, hold on. Where's my at?
She's an entertainer, friend of mine. I'm also an entertainer. We're both puppeteers.
Hi,
sweetie. It's good to see you.
You too.
Yeah, you're looking forward to having dinner tonight? I wish I was out having dinner.
I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight. Either Mexican or Mediterranean.
This is what I'm having for dinner.
Oh, looks like urine and ice cubes.
Yes.
Generally, that's about, yeah.
Oh, well, that's Jerry's view of alcohol anyway. So, yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of you of this you've been seeing going down. Not much to call right now, but what are your thoughts?
Give it an introduction. Where are you located?
Hi, I'm Aisia. I'm in Vegas. I'm in my sewing room right now, doing a little bit of cleaning. So yeah.
So what are your thoughts on this?
I haven't been following much. I turned on PBS about an hour ago, and 30 minutes into it, I started getting anxiety, and I was like, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah.
So my thoughts are just let's hope that America doesn't go back into retrograde.
Right. Well, okay. So Jerry had a great question for me. We'll ask it of you and probably everybody, like you said. Are you prepared for a Trump win?
No.
So what do we do with that answer, Jerry? Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one either. That was so disappointing. I was with my mother and my aunt. I went there specifically to be with them when the first female president was going to be elected. That's why I went there.
Yeah.
Not because I expected a race, because I was going there to see Hillary win.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't know. Refine that for me, Jerry.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm curious. So think about that. What if, because it's really hard to beat an incumbent president. Personally, I think they're going to beat him today, but
yeah, I do too.
But it's hard. There's always a way. There's always a way for them to pull it out, especially if this fool decides to, battle every freaking vote and toss out whatever votes he doesn't like and manages to eke out a victory. How's that going to affect you? What are you going to do to deal with it? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have any strategic plan in place because my life is so consumed with the economy and getting work back that I'm not going to depend on him as president to control or dictate how I build my life back up. So my plan doesn't involve him.
Yeah.
Well, not directly.
Not directly.
His plan involves you, though.
I know. I don't like that. No, I don't have a plan. It makes me so fearful. Not I'm a privileged white girl and I have less to fear than most of my peers and coworkers. So my fear extends wholeheartedly to those who are and have been you know, the ones that have suffered the consequences of all the problems that are happening in the United States right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know that I'll be okay, but you know, some people I know won't.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I don't like that.
That's one of those. Yeah. I'm one of those people. It's like, I'm pretty secure.
Yep.
But it's not just about me. There's a question in the chat. Anders is wondering what type of sewing you do.
Oh, I make custom clothes for circus performers. So it's like a fun, colorful, a lot of stripes and polka dots, stuff for like festivals, Burning Man costumes.
You should plug it while you're here. Just give the name.
Carney Couture.
Carney Couture.
Yeah, I can
Awesome
show
stuff.
you. Got my Carney Couture.
There you go. Carney Couture. I love you.
Money was made.
Money was made.
Yeah. See, I would have made $10 off that right there.
Yeah. Well,
that's funny.
You know, I was so busy being anxious myself, and I knew that I was going to do this at least since yesterday. And not once did I sit down and say, what would be some interesting questions to ask my friends when they come? So I have nothing here.
Okay. Well, I mean, so then we have to let it happen organically.
Yes,
we just have to like stir up our creativity.
Yeah.
And what's your plan, Jesse? Like, do you have one?
You know, I have some plans to try to make money. This was actually something I was going to call you on later, just to sort of give you a heads up.
Yeah.
And get your mighty brain to bounce off ideas. But yeah, Jerry and I are working on some ways. And actually, technically, this is one of them to a degree.
Yeah.
And how I can have more of an online presence so that I can be more of an online performer.
I love that story. I think that that's great. I want to see some puppets in there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. And
yeah.
You'll be pleased to know that I'll be teaching some online how to make puppet courses.
Ooh, sign me up already.
I figured you'd say that.
Yeah, you already have one.
Yep. And actually, you know something? I don't know if you know that I'm good at this, Aisia. I'm a balloon artist. I'm an expert balloon artist.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
I was unaware, unless it came up in conversation. I know that when we first met, it was like stars.
Yeah, stars.
It doesn't come up in conversation.
Within 5 minutes of meeting each other, we were jumping up and down and hugging each other.
Yeah, we're best friends already. You know, like that scene in Step Brothers. We're like, did we just become best friends? Like that was us.
And where was this?
Yeah,
Mary's Club.
Mary's
Club. Yeah,
the oldest strip club in the country. Yeah.
Well, the West Coast. I think there are some East Coast brothels or something that are
technically
still open.
On asks about your hair color, how you got it that way. She's out of New York. She's like, hey, how did you get your hair color that way? Love it.
Well, I was in Oregon last week and I wanted to do something with my hair, and all they had I was at my parents' house, all they had in my hometown was a Walmart. So this is like Walmart dye that I did myself.
That's hilarious.
There
you go, Ashley. Walmart.
Where's the chat? I can't.
Okay. It's on the YouTube channel.
So Ashley.
Oh, okay. We're on YouTube.
Yeah,
Ashley, that's Walmart. So when we're in Texas in January, you can go to the local Walmart and you can grab yourself that hair color, Ash.
And everyone, if you're interested in Aisia and her performance art, it's amazing, and you can find her on YouTube. Aisia Dakini, literally spelled how it sounds. It won't take you long to find it.
Oh, it's right down here at the bottom. It's in the Zoom, so you can see it on the
it is in the Zoom right there, everybody. Yep. You see it.
If I say something in the Zoom, will I come up? Hi.
That just comes up to us.
Cool.
Okay.
How'd you do that, Aisia?
I think that just came up to us. I don't think that came up
just
to
us.
Else. We'll find
out.
I'm
a magician.
Yeah.
Hi.
That's just.
I knew this would be
right. Do I think there'll be riots? Yes. Yeah. Ashley, I'll dye your hair when we're in Texas. I'll dye your hair for you. Okay,
heck yeah.
Let's see. Gareth asked if think there'll be riots. Do I think
Do
there'll
we
be
think
riots?
there will be riots? What
Well,
do you think?
obviously the city of Oakland thinks there'll be riots because they're already
Oops.
boarding up. I mean,
Yeah.
Oakland is boarding up. I need to go into the office tomorrow to drop off my rig and get another machine. And we were informed that the whole building's going to be boarded up. We have special security, and it's just because of the election. Because it's Oakland. Oakland, we protest, because the sun is up, and that's what we do.
Are you in Oakland, Jerry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So am I too.
Okay. I figured you were, but yeah.
Yeah, I was in Concord. Now
I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Good.
So they're preparing. There'll be something going on, whether who wins. It's just like celebration. Now let's break some shit.
Yeah.
Angry, let's break more shit.
So what is there like a good network, if any, to watch everything on? I don't know. I kind of feel done with like elections because last year halfway through I was like, I'm going to the strip clubs.
Election season is far too long. I mean, 18 months of this stuff is madness.
Ridiculous.
Right. I know, but for tonight, like, was there like a time that they announced like that all the electoral votes have to be in, or?
No, they don't have to be in until the votes. Every state has their own counting procedures and all that kind of stuff. We'd love it if they could call it. But no, like right now they're doing a bunch of, too close to calls and all that kind of stuff going on and
playing it safe, probably.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to.
Except for Alabama just went to Trump and Alabama. Right now it's 89 to 63 Biden.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
I don't
know. I was waiting politely for my turn and then forgot. I think it was about having to do with the length of elections. That this is just.
No, but in terms of any one particular place, no. Everyone's all over the place. They get really silly during this time where they're just like, okay, now we're going to dun dun dun. A big thing comes in and they interrupt themselves and they're all just kind of like flying by the seat of their pants. There's no organization to this. It's kind of sad. Come on, Mark Kelly.
Shocker. I'm looking at PBS right now. Biden is the winner in DC.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh, nail biter. Yeah.
Oh. PBS. Pull up my PBS.
Yes, Robin does point out that Oakland celebrators do not break shit. Those are assholes from the valley who come up to bust shit up.
Okay. Amen.
It's very true. Yes.
Yep. Hey, let's go to Oakland and riot. I thought this was a protest. Yeah, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nice pinky. I think people are really gearing up though to either celebrate or break shit.
Yeah.
Like people have been polishing their pistols all day.
Yeah. Well, and I got to be honest, this is one of those things that they often talk about when there is a, legitimate protest and shit gets broken. I'm like, well, why do they have to do that? Well, because you know what? People are angry and sometimes people don't know what to do with that anger and they're not all as reasonable as you, quote unquote. And I kind of understand. Sometimes I want to go out there and break CVS's windows, and that's not even during a riot.
It's the CVS. Hey,
it's always the CVS downtown.
Hey, Bean. Sarah is in the
Oh yeah, we have to take Sarah because she doesn't have much time. So let's let her in. So here we go. Should be happening any second. There is Sarah, and it's connecting to audio. Boy, do we love Zoom. It's so instant, isn't it? Sarah, can you hear me or not? I can't tell.
Yeah, she's still connecting. So tell me a little bit about Sarah.
So Sarah is our escaped Floridian.
Oh.
She was born and raised in Florida. I'm sure she's hearing this now and laughing. But she's also a very dear friend, creative puppeteer, loves to make stuff.
I can hear you.
Yep. She's also a bodybuilder and hi, babe. You know what's really exciting is that Sarah and Aisia are meeting each other right now. You guys would
Hi.
absolutely love each other. Like,
oh my God, hi.
crazy
Hi.
love each other.
Are we
Yeah.
best friends now? For some reason, Sarah looks familiar. I think we may have met.
Yeah.
Yeah, you met her when she's been, oh God, she's done tons of stuff with me at Fairyland, and
Why isn't this?
she was in the puppetry guild and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I know you met
Birthday
her.
parties, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I know you met her before.
Were you a costume performer?
I was a little bit of everything. I mostly kind of just helped out on the backside and being more of like the performer myself. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that, don't you, Jerry? The
Yeah.
Cinderella?
Cinderella. That's what.
Yeah,
That's what I mean by.
I was Miss Santa Claus, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. The sexy Santa Claus outfit.
Yep. I still have that costume too. I don't think I ever gave it back to Theo.
Oops, he might be watching.
He probably
Actually, I
gave
have
it
to call
me as
him.
payment.
I have to call him because he wanted me to make something for him, but I haven't.
Really? Interesting. I do have his unicorn head. He had given me that fairy plum dress
friends,
that
ladies
was in
and
a thing. Yeah.
My friends come on and say, "Oh yeah, he did give me that unicorn head."
Oh yeah, he did give me that.
I hear that all the time from my friends. Come on, Aisia, you have a unicorn head somewhere, don't you?
Oh,
I think I gave it away. I had like a major purge of items that I weren't using. I have this rule, like if I haven't used it in 2 years or more, I don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
So
Did you have a big purge before your move to Las Vegas?
Oh my God, I had to. I eliminated like an entire truck's worth of stuff. Yeah. And I'm still purging now. I have so many things I want to get rid of. So, so what do you need?
Right, no doubt. We will talk soon about that.
We will.
Yeah.
Hold on, just 1 minute. I have to make my departure. I'm sorry, This was such a short.
No, that was perfect. This is exactly what we wanted, and I was just about to give you an out. So
I love seeing your faces. I love meeting you guys, and I'm really happy that I was invited to be here. So thank you so much. Fingers crossed.
Nice to meet you.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
We'll talk soon, okay?
Night. Thank you for coming by.
Bye.
Right. Bye.
Yep. Takes me 10 minutes to figure out how to stop this.
Yeah, the trick is you have to have the button already ready.
Oh no, I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. That's the trick. Of course, we could always just kick them.
We could just kick them.
Help them go faster.
So, Sarah, we're asking, pretty much for blanket thoughts first. What seems to be the format?
How's this election season been treating you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no. It's been scary. It's been, nightmarish, and it's one of those things, I look at it, and I have a little girl, and so it's just like I look at things that are for her future, and and I'm a friend of the animals and the planet and things like that, and so it's like, and being a female myself, it's disheartening. It's scary, it's craziness.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm constantly like checking my phone. Like I'm not looking at anything else. I just want to see like where the votes are, what states have gotten what, and just like, okay.
I was set with all these things around me so that I could have like live updated things. None of them are live and updated.
No, of course not.
I'm actually like looking over my little monitor here to look at the PBS NewsHour coverage to see what's going on. And
yeah, the only thing, like I'm constantly just checking Google, and like I have it 2020 US election results, and it's, it was last updated right now. So
just doom scrolling, just like,
doom.
No, not even that, not even doing that, just constantly refreshing my phone, like just this one screen, and I'm constantly refreshing it. And yeah, I'm trying not to talk to my mother right now, because I know she's going to be just in a panic.
Yeah.
she's,
Oh yeah, no doubt.
She's
Yeah,
even
she
said like she loves Obama, like he's the one, like the man of her dreams. If we can meet him somehow, she will. And so like this whole thing, and like it's been interesting. So I like asked my dad. It was like over dinner. I'm like, how does that make you feel? And he's just like, I don't know.
He's like, she comes back all hot and bothered. Hey,
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take the.
Okay, so I just did Pennsylvania results, and it's not called yet, but we have Biden at 56-1 and Trump at 42-9.
Oof. What's the percentage in?
It doesn't show percentage in. That's what I was hoping for.
So what I'm seeing electoral votes right now, Biden's 15%. At 131 and Donald is at 92 at the electoral votes.
Give me those numbers. Oh, the electoral votes. Oh, that's what you have for that. Okay.
That's what I keep updating.
Yeah, I have on 538 an interactive map that I can change myself.
Yeah, I know. I had that up earlier, and I was just like, let me just do. I need this.
Yeah, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to. I mean, the hope above hopes is that they can call this election tonight, because
that would be wonderful, and I think you would hear my whole community hooting and hollering.
Yeah. Oh yes. So now here's the second question: as an escaped Floridian,
where did you escape to? Where are you at now?
Here, I live in the Santa Cruz Mountains now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But she's been in Oakland for years. She was actually right down the street, and as soon as she moved out of the neighborhood, I moved in. So
yeah, like I was on the other side of Mills.
Yeah, literally, I could on the direct
like literally, like if we would have just walked through Mills, like from my house, I would have been right at his house.
Yeah.
So yeah, and you were just down the street too when you're on High Street.
Yeah, not too far away.
Yeah. Now it's Alameda, Oakland, San Jose for a bit, now Santa Cruz Mountains. So yeah, no, I've been here for 10 years now.
You did okay in the fire?
She's been escaped for 10 years.
We did have to mandatory evacuate. We were in Massachusetts, got there and woke up the next morning that my house had to be evacuated, and the awesome firefighters stopped it 4 miles from my road. So, wow. But if you look out my back, you would just see Empire Gray, just a completely different color than the closest ridge. So it's definitely scary, I told my husband, if we lose our home, we're moving to Oregon or Washington. I'm done with the fires, because last year I watched one go up right behind my house too.
They're burning up there too.
Now I really hate
say that there's no climate change. Like
I really hate the fires.
There's
now.
No escape.
Move away from
it though. It's burning all the way up.
I know. It's awful, but I mean, at least like in Washington, it's been raining all week, so far, and here it's not. We might get 20% chance on Friday. Like that's it.
Yeah, it's
I mean, at least here where I live, the fog comes in so thick, it's like it's raining sometimes. That's the one thing that's nice. But it's still not enough,
But the president says it's going to get cooler. It's going to get cooler. Just watch. It's going to get cooler.
Yeah, then we'll end up in an ice age is what's going to happen. I mean, that's what climate change does. It either goes one extreme or the other. So history does repeat itself.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Shame that I've been watching a lot of documentaries on early Earth forming. Now I can visualize it.
Yeah.
Not fun. So
just to keep things moving along, just so you know, Jill is sitting in the waiting room.
Oh, there she
can just acknowledge. We don't need to let her in yet. Just acknowledge that she's there. We see you there.
Yep. Hi, Jill. We see you. But she doesn't have a lot of time, I think. So
okay.
Yeah, I don't. I had left a toddler unattended.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You just admitted
half the house is now painted.
Admitted that to one.
She's sitting in front of Daniel Tiger right now. I had to do the whole let's put on the television, sit down for a moment. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in, babe.
Thank you. I hope this turns out to be. I hope you hear us in the Santa Cruz Mountains hooting and hollering.
I hope so.
Well, yeah, you'll hopefully you'll hear us in Oakland firing our guns off at the hillside.
You know what? That's part of the reason I had to move out of Oakland. I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
We'll hear that or the fireworks. It's either gunshots or fireworks. I know
Yeah.
we'd be sitting in our back of our like backyard and we're like, what was that? Was that a firework or a gunshot?
You just kind of go, okay, no, that's
Yeah,
a-
we're
Right, and
no,
this is from a person who's shot guns before.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to take a moment and wait, and it's like bow's usually the fastest one. You know, I do archery more than the gun shooting. He's the one with the guns mostly, so that's why we have a gun range right down the street. But,
okay, well now I'm gonna come visit.
Yeah, and I just got my new archery target in today. Yay!
Oh, yay!
Okay, so you're ready. You're ready for the Hunger Games when they start.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I call Sarah on my team.
Yay! Thanks, Jerry. Well, I will let you guys let Jill in, and I'm going to go attend to an unattended toddler, and hopefully
please do.
everything.
And then we also have Dustin sitting out there for a while there.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's let in Jill. All right. Thank you, Sarah. We're gonna talk soon. I have some news for you. So. All right.
Hey, we're down to 2, and we're gonna get
Here we come.
Jill.
Jill.
That's just Jill.
She was texting me. Let me in, lol. Dear Lord. Oh, here she comes. Okay, here's Jill.
Hi.
Yay!
Hello, Jill.
I'm gonna get you guys maximized. Okay.
We're still at 131.92. Let's see what else is going on.
We'll find out. Jill, I can't see you. There you is. So good to see you. So good to see you.
See you too.
Yep, you are now live on YouTube. How does that feel?
Oh, and just so you know, Terry just.
I want to think about it.
Too.
Oh crap. Well, we have to let Terry in because she has very little time. When was she doing? Yep, it was. She's actually coming in exactly the same time. So Jill, honey, my Midwestern cousin from Michigan is also coming in, so we're gonna bring you in.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we want to hear.
Michigan's scaring me right now.
Yeah, Michigan's important. I want to get.
So here comes Terry.
Michigan.
Here comes Terry. Next, this is all experiment, so we're gonna try to do this better next time. Hi, Terry.
Hold on. Waiting for the audio.
So while Terry's coming in, let me introduce Jill. Jill is an old high school friend of mine, very politically minded, and also friends with a lot of the people that we're friends with comic book wise. So she's very dear to us. So obviously I wanted her to come in and give her opinion. And then also there is my cousin Terry from Michigan. Hi.
Hi there.
Yoo-hoo. So of course we're all very interested in what's going on in Michigan, and I'm very pleased and proud to say that Terry's on the ground in that state. She is doing the work. She puts us all to shame. Trust me. How long were you at the polls today?
I was there from like 9:30 to 9:30.
Yeah, 9:30 to 9:30.
Yeah, so I got locked in the location so that I could get the scores of what we had. So I got home at 9:30. So it was a 12-hour day. Yeah. But I didn't do the 7 a.m. shift. They said I'm retired,
So Terry, my friend Jill here, was also at the polls today. So it's really fun that you guys are on together. So
I was ballot extractors. So for 2 weeks, we've been, last week and this week, we're taking the ballots out, sorting them, counting them. Yeah, so I have a lot of paper cuts.
Oh,
yeah. Well, thanks for that important work.
Yeah.
That you do.
That's great. In Michigan, we couldn't touch the ballots till today, but we had to have our legislature had to pass a bill that they could actually touch them the day of instead of when the polls closed at 8 o'clock. So we actually made headway that they could get them together prior.
Yeah.
Like at 7 o'clock this morning, they could start, stacking. So
that's very cool. So, I was just bitching to some other friends that were online with us here that I thought I had this whole system set up where I could look at results and stuff, and I cannot do it. So what do we have coming from Michigan right now? Do we have forward motion? What do we have here?
Michigan's a little scary right now, I think.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what we're looking at in Michigan is the polling place that I was at. I stayed to get the results, and the Democrats got about 42% of the vote, and the
Okay.
Republicans got, obviously more like 60% of the vote. But that's not scary to us because most of the people that voted on election day in the pandemic were Republicans. Now, we would have liked to get better results, but we're looking at only about 30% of the electorate voted in person, less than 30%. So
Okay.
we're trying not to freak out, but these numbers that you're seeing are more reflective of the folks that showed up today. And a lot of the folks that showed up today, hi Janice, come on over here. A lot of the folks that showed up today were like, they were myopic. They were just looking like right polling place, and they were just
Hi, Janice.
yeah, Janice is here. They were just
Hi,
running
Janice.
in and they were voting for Trump, and we knew it, but there were a few Dems that wanted to vote in person. Typically too, like it's kind of cute. A lot of like African-American folks, I noticed a trend that they bring their kids with them. And I love that. I love that because it's like, hey, like I want to show, even with everything that's going on, I want to show my kids about this process. And it's something that was, hard fought, and historically, their grandparents or parents took them to vote. So, but by and large, the people at the polls today were Republicans. So when you're seeing those numbers, please know that we worked our asses off, and we intend to deliver Michigan.
Yes.
And we intend to go from the bottom up. The race that I'm most concerned about is Gary Peters for the Senate, because they spent a lot of money, a lot of Betsy DeVos money to put lots of ads on for John James. So that's what I'm the most concerned about. Well, no, actually, I'm the most concerned about the top of the ticket. But other than that, I think Dems are going to do really well in Michigan. But I'm concerned.
Only recently, I actually, because I get texts when Bette Midler tweets. So
You do.
I love her.
Of course I do. Everybody who knows me is like,
Of course you do.
Of course you do. So she said, Michigan, what the fuck? And it was about these robocalls that were going out. Jerry, have you heard of these? Yeah. So what did that feel like on the ground when they were coming in and you were hearing that was happening? Did you get a chance to ask
anybody? What were they saying? What were
what were they saying?
They were saying that there's really long lines, and because of the pandemic, you shouldn't vote today, you should vote tomorrow.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, our attorney general has already started an investigation on that, and she's badass. Her name is Dana Nessel. You probably, if you're plugged in a little bit to what goes on. I mean, it's a big country, so it's hard to know everybody, but Dana Nessel is amazing. All these ladies, I call them our force field of Michigan, our governor, our attorney general, our secretary of state are just badass, and they're unapologetically using their power. So
that is just, okay. Well, there are two things that happened in Michigan alone this electoral season that we never would think would happen.
Yeah.
Trying to kidnap the governor and having the balls to think you can get away, because it's not that they did it. Yes, of course it's that they did it, because what an asshole move. But how could you in the modern age think for a second you can get away with this?
Well, because now they're getting away with pretty much everything.
Well, there you go.
People are going like, yeah, what about Antifa?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like if this had been tied to Antifa, people would have lost their shit.
Maybe we should try to, so that at least they'll go crazy, and then when they find out,
Jesse Vale's statement of possibly trying to do any kidnapping does not represent the opinions of Jerry Williams or Greater Sapien.
Possibly trying to?
You said maybe we should try it. I'm like, nah, we're not.
No, not kidnapping. That's not what I meant.
I know.
Trying to no.
Trying to blame it on
Antifa, so that money will go behind it, and that let's find this out. It's Antifa. No kidnapping. No.
Yeah.
Obviously.
If there was any misconception about that.
Yeah. And the thing is like after they do it and after they get caught, you have a president who still goes out and says, just starts just throwing bombs at her. It's like, you see, there are already crosshairs on her. There are already crosshairs on this woman. Why are you yelling fire? Why are you yelling? Yeah. What's going on? It's crazy.
Yes. Janice and I were at an event that the governor was at yesterday.
We saw Gretchen and we saw both of our senators
Sweet.
all in a backyard. It was so cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are folks from the O'Neill side of my family on my mother's side. And if you ever heard me talk about my mother, so political, crazy political. Well, it's because the O'Neills are crazy political and they get really jazzed about this stuff, and it's awesome.
It was our
Your mom would have been so into this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know, right,
I'm
Jill?
missing her today.
Because your half sister.
She would have been throwing bombs like crazy.
Yeah. Did any of you see the post from my sister? Where, because my mom passed away, ladies and gentlemen. So, but 4 years ago, Shauna saw a post that my mom had posted on that day, and it was half swear words about the election coming up in 2016.
Mhm.
That's not my much. Yeah. So, so that's Janice in the background.
Hey, Janice.
Yep.
I'll be right back in 1 sec.
Yeah.
Get some more wine or something, because we are eating ice cream and drinking wine. Well, I'm doing both. She's just doing the ice cream. I'm like,
Right.
come on, sister.
Well, I actually, because I do believe that Biden's going to win. I do believe that. I've been hurt before.
We all have.
But I do believe that. So I did actually buy champagne, but considering the levels of my personal anxiety on this day, I opened it early. So.
And your mother would say, way to go, Beano.
Yep. You would go, hold on, I'm going to do an impersonation of my mom.
Back up from the mic.
Okay.
Back up from the mic, sir.
Beano! Oh, I want some champagne too.
I think we should make a toast to her.
All right. Yes. To Marion Vale, ladies and gentlemen.
We
Marion
miss
Vale.
you. Help us out.
Marion
Yes,
Vale.
we miss you. Help us out. Love you, Mama.
Dink.
And she also raised my sister, who would be here because she's the same as we are politically, but she's also my mom in another way, because I called her and I said, so this is what Jerry and I are going to do. Are you interested in? She goes, no. She goes, I don't have a bra on. I don't have makeup on. I just got done teaching. I'm not going on Zoom again.
Zoom
I feel that though.
Yeah. So.
You should tell her it's just us, because then she'll be okay.
Yeah, I should have just tricked her.
Yeah, she probably thinks there's a shit ton of people. You know,
We're trying to keep it though. Well, we'll hold off on you, Ashley, for about 5 minutes. I see you over there in the waiting room. I told you 7 o'clock. You're early.
That's his cousin, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
don't know.
No, it's a coworker in New York.
Oh, coworker. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have to head out in a little bit here because I have a friend who's running for city council. And
Oh
she's having
yes,
a-
and I wanted to talk to you specifically, Jill, because you're one of my more political friends. I'm apologizing because to my friends, because I was so worried about having everything in front of me in the spread and knowing that we were going to do this. I didn't think of one interview question for my friends to come up. So a good one that did come up from Jerry to me is because we're all feeling this level of stress and anxiety.
Yeah.
And it's helpful to hear that other people share those feelings with you. So
Yeah.
how do you feel? How are you able to wrap your head around the fact that Trump might win? How have you been able to do that?
I haven't for the last 4 years. I still wake up sometimes wondering how this could possibly happen and what kind of bad dream I'm stuck in.
Yeah.
You know, I really, this last 4 years has not made me a better person, but And- but I've actually, I've been able to connect with friends on a deeper level because we realize, this isn't just political, and it's about morality, it's about humanity.
Yeah.
And it really, it goes farther past the political line than I think any other election that we've been alive for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's about decency and
thank you.
kindness and compassion. And,
yeah,
if all you care about is your stock portfolio and whether or not the immigrants get in, because we do have that Statue of Liberty for a reason. And I think people forget to read it.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah. It's about what kind of human you are. What side are you going to be on in history? What would you, that meme that says, if you ever wondered what you would do during, the World War II or during the Civil Rights Movement or, any of those milestones like that, you're doing it now.
Yep. You're doing it now. Yep. And and I see that it's a shame that really all of our political pasts or all the politicians' pasts have always tried to say that these elections were about morality, especially on the political right, have said this is about morality. It's the first time I really believe that. I really do. That's always just a way to try to get people who are waffling to maybe agree with your vote, but I do believe that now more than ever.
Well, they so often try to equate religion with morality, and there's a huge divide on that this time.
Yeah, agreed. Yep. Well, I hope that's a benefit to some religiosity that if it's separated from the morality, then the people who are truly religious and moral, my cousins, can actually reclaim that, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
I was really anxious yesterday because I had stayed up and watching the news too long, and they were talking about Trump's path, and it just blows my mind that he's got a fucking path.
Yeah,
right. I know.
How can
it shouldn't be this close?
After everything in this pandemic, how can there be that many folks, and how can these numbers add up? And so I had gotten just about 4 hours sleep, and then I got up and knocked doors for a while, but my stomach was upset. It was just not a good day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then we ended up going to listen to the senators and, the governor, which, I've seen the governor lots. She's great. But Senator Stabenow, who doesn't always inspire me, she was the one that spoke to me and really calmed the anxiety. She's like, he's going to claim he won, but he can't.
Right.
He's gonna, he's gonna throw his lawyers at everything, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna make sure that all the votes are counted. And some folks are asking me, what are we gonna do if he doesn't want to leave the White House? And she said, I'll go in and I'll get him out.
On January 20th, he will have to.
Yeah, she said, I might take a wheelbarrow with me, but I'm gonna get him out. But the infrastructure of our democracy is in place.
Yeah.
And that was what calmed me. I thought I've done everything I could do. And, the outcome is, I think we're going to deliver Michigan. I do. What you're seeing right now isn't exactly indicative of the clerk was saying that they should have things from one municipality in by 4 a.m. We got 40,000 absentees out, 35,000 absentees in. They're not going to have these numbers till 4 a.m. So whatever y'all see, just think what Detroit is going to do. And Detroit came out. Yeah. So we haven't gotten Detroit out in a long time. Now, this is just what I'm hearing through these third-party things. So don't quote me on it, but that is good for Democrats. If we, finally spend enough time and energy and, communication in the city of Detroit. It's just been such a weird election because, we can't knock on doors like we normally have. So,
well, okay. And then, because I know I don't have either of you for very long, but what are your thoughts on, okay, sorry everybody. I'm not good at words. One of the things that's been helping me with my anxiety today is to try to deal with what if Trump did win, and the only thing that keeps me from it, and Jerry and I talked about this earlier. I think we talked, was it before we went live? I can't remember, but that I need to think of things in the broader historical arc. And I just don't think that ultimately he or this sort of thing can exist for long, even if they do win in the short term. I just don't think it can exist. So what I'm hearing, and the reason I'm asking this now, is what I'm hearing from especially the O'Neills out there is a faith in our systems, a faith in what has been put in place. Do you still feel that?
Go ahead, Janice, this one's yours.
So, having my daughter's gonna be 13 tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that has to keep me grounded. Like you said, you have to, like, with any kind of anxiety, what I try to do is whatever happens, we can deal with it. We got through this 4 years, we can get through the next. And all I know is that they're a losing group of people that are trying to hold on to power, and they're pushing our system to the very limits. So the good thing is that we have this next generation of kids watching, whereas in most households they didn't watch. We did because our mom sat in front of the Watergate hearings and held on every word, and we were like, "This is important."
Yeah. My son is so dialed in.
Yeah,
15,
that's so awesome.
15, and it's like it wasn't until just like last week I was like, oh my God, he's voting in the next election and the next
Right.
Yeah, in the next election. Yeah.
And I'm like, his whole generation and all his friends, I mean, they're dialed in,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Liam is really into it too. My son's 16 and he can't wait to vote. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he can't
one
wait.
thing that worries me though about the future of like what we're talking about is the courts. I am really concerned about the courts because Trump has filled over 100 of the the lower courts.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the Supreme Court, which just terrifies me. I think it would be a good idea if Biden expanded it, but I don't know.
I'm on the fence about that right now. I need to know and think more about it. So I'm not willing. I'm just like Biden and Harris. I'm not ready to even talk about this.
Yeah.
I can't even encompass it right now. So I'm not sure if I'm for or against.
Get in the office first.
Yeah.
Then start rearranging the furniture.
But
well, it's smart for them not to even suggest that right now.
Oh, absolutely, for sure, because that sure would,
flame under their
it's too, and this is the issue that we have with all political things. It's way too subtle to put it into a soundbite.
Yeah,
and that's why it's clever of them not to answer, because it can't be summed up. That is a position and a situation that can't be summed up. It needs to be explained and understood. And this is the problem with us liberals.
Yeah, and
we can, and we're curious, and we want to understand it. And some people don't. They want an answer, and or they just don't care. They want a soundbite. That's what moves them to vote.
It's also a problem.
This
which
is bad as the flu.
way of
that's all they needed to hear.
Are consuming our information. We really expect everything to be simple answers, just straightforward. It's like, just answer the question. Well, I only have 30 seconds. I can't just answer the question. Why are you dodging the question? Because it's really complex, and we don't have time to go into all. It's a yes or no. No, actually, it's not a yes or no. And that's the thing. Yeah,
they want a bumper sticker.
Yeah, they want a bumper sticker. This is what he said. It's like, no, it's just not that easy. So yeah, it's tough.
Well, I think that's what Kerry ran into too, because he had so much information and he wanted to share all of that information. and he was so wordy, and he assumed everybody really actually wanted to understand, which I think was part of, the what people didn't like about him.
Yeah.
He was
Right.
just too wordy.
Yeah.
Well, he was like academic or professorial, and so
Right.
was Obama. And
Yeah.
so
He was elite.
but Obama pulled it off with a little more flair.
Yeah, because Obama was wordy as hell, but
Yeah.
But he was cool.
Yeah,
he was
but he was
able
cool.
to, but
And he
he
can
was
make
able
a
to,
jump shot.
but he was
That's
able,
what I
he was
do.
able to tell a story. That's the thing. 'Cause
Exactly.
you need to be able to tell a story,
Right.
and have a narrative thread that keeps people in there. And academics, it's just like, okay, it's dry, and it's like most people can't. They just refuse.
Yeah.
It's like no. Yeah, it's like
Well, Obama was so dynamic
Yeah.
in his personality, and Kerry really doesn't have that kind of personality.
No.
But I thought he would have made an amazing
Would have
president.
made a great
Yeah.
president.
Yeah.
But it's
And
also-
that's
But
not
this
what
is-
I'm
okay.
after.
But
So,
also
I'm
part of
not
what
a-
sold
subject.
Donald Trump. It's part of what sold Donald Trump is he's all story.
Right. Well,
Oh,
so,
you know what?
so before, because I actually have to leave this screen, and I'm going to leave you guys talk to Jerry. But I'm curious, and I'll watch this later. I have a nervous bladder. What can I say?
Too much information.
But since we're talking about, hey, people are tuning in to hear me say shit like that. Is that we've been focusing a lot on morality, as we said, and that this is truly a moral election. And I may have actually said that too soon, because we did have one of these like this, and that was the election that elected Carter. And Carter, we all know, was not a very productive president, and we all know that the reason that is because he's a good person.
He was
He
also
was
kind of brainwashed by
actually a
Reagan.
good moral man, and you can't do things in DC if you're that moral. So now we have this a little bit of both, and I don't know how it's going to go, but we have a person who we know is a moral person, and we also would know that he's a DC insider. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go. So
Mhm.
I will.
I wanted to add something on
Okay.
this during this
go
time.
to the bathroom, Bing.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go to the bathroom here.
Oh, hold on. I knew this was going to happen,
Okay.
so I prepared a background and everything. Hold on.
Oh, yes, he's got to do a background. Okay.
We can look at the books.
When you come back, I'll bring Ashley in because I want you to meet Ashley. Oh, very good.
I fucking got a 2P. No.
Yes.
What is that?
So
Yeah.
during this whole COVID quarantine, I got my hypnotherapy license, or certification rather, since it's California.
Right.
And I've been studying different types, and one of them is NLP, neuro linguistic programming.
Oh yes,
Which
our
a lot
friends at
of
Nixium
salespeople-
were big on.
What's
That
that?
whole sex cult that just got has like
Oh, really?
Yeah, the second one of the founders, that was her profession. She was neuro linguistic programming.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
And that's my point. A lot of salespeople and people who want to manipulate other people will use techniques out of NLP. So now that I know, and now that I can identify it, I see it all over Trump's speeches.
Really?
All the times he says, people are saying, you guys know this because you're smart. Everybody knows. Phrases like that are just a sample of the kinds of things he uses. He also uses kind of I forget what it's called, but he'll be on one train of thought and then he'll flip it to another train of thought. And that confuses people. And it's usually the next statement he makes that's the important one.
Mm-hmm. And
So,
also, I think
like
it makes
he's
people think
zigzagging?
that he's smarter than they are, and that they need to be listening. It gives them a sense of, oh, I must be of inferior intellect. I have to follow. I have to hold on to his words even more because I'm losing it. So it must be because of his linguistic
his
ability.
superior intellect. Well, it also makes them feel better about themselves too, because they feel like they're on a team.
Right.
It's tribal.
Yeah, neuro linguistic programming,
I've been
also
thinking a
known
lot
as
about this lately.
brainwashing.
Yeah. Well, what's the cult you were talking about?
Nixium. It's the head guy, Keith Raniere, just got 120 years. They have a mini series on HBO called The Vow, which is about it, and they have one on Stars called, I can't remember, and it's just, yeah, it's about because it was over like 10 years from like 2000, more than that, from 2004 up to a couple years ago, and just bringing in Hollywood people and all this kind of stuff, and it was, yeah, it's crazy, but they were originally like he was originally like an Amway salesman, and then like multi-level marketing, and then he met up with this other person, and they kind of took the neuro-linguistic programming and the multi-level marketing and kind of merged it into this self-help group called Executive. It's ESP, Executive something program. It was like, and so they made this self-help program, and then as you went through that, you got to be in like these special tiers, which then gave you special,
like S sort of.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like using the same type of thing, except for it was like a little bit of that, a little bit of Scientology, a little bit of all sorts of, they merged a whole bunch of like techniques together and really messed people up. Yeah.
How do you spell that? N-I-X-I-U-M?
No, because it's even stupider than that. It's N-X I-V-M, pronounced Nexium.
Okay. Okay.
You know, because it's all
Sounds like a medicine or something.
Yeah. There is Nexium, N-E-X. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like Elon Musk named it.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it was nuts. Yeah, someone put it in the chat there. N-X-I-V-M, but it's Nexium. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, crazy. Allison Mack, who was in Smallville, and some all sorts of people, they were all stuck in that stuff.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so he just
how many people are watching us right now?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Not too many. Let's see.
Make me uncomfortable.
You got to refresh and find out. I don't know, dozen.
I thought it was just us kids.
Let me see. Who is watching? 36.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
36 watching. Okay, I'm gonna do that there. Cool.
So my biggest line at the polls today, when people left, as I said, like, thank you for shaping democracy. And that is like words that I tripped over about 8 to 10 years ago. And Callfire is one of the companies that does like texting and phone banking. They've been around for a while, and that was one of their shirts was like, you know, shaping democracy with Callfire. And I really feel like one way or another, whatever the election results are, I think that that's what we were doing. And what happened is more people turned out than normal. And anytime that more people turn out, we're going to get the results that we should have. Right. Hopefully they'll be in our favor.
Yeah. Well, usually when more people turn out, it's the Democrat. Well, because the Republicans are usually the ones to vote. They get all excited about it. And then the Democrats are like, well, maybe not. But when we show up, we change.
We win.
Yeah. That's,
And it's usually, like you said, and I was listening to Dino Madala. He's one of my favorite talk show hosts. He was talking about all of the Democrats are the mail-ins and the Republicans are the same day voters. Mm-hmm. So it's going to look really blue for a bit, and then it's going to look red, and then it could turn blue again.
Yeah. It's
so not to worry.
Yeah. Just
even though I'm worried.
Be patient. Yeah. Just be patient. That's the way it is. Don't let them tell you. Everybody gets to be counted.
Texas, though.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Texas right now.
Yeah.
How fun would that be to turn Texas blue?
That would be great. I want to ask you guys a question because in Michigan, everybody's vying for our votes. Not as much as Pennsylvania, but pretty close, right?
Right.
We're getting a lot of love. We have a lot of visits, and I know you guys probably that's nothing, right?
Nothing.
Yeah, like we're driving by, not really, but
right.
So as far as like from your point of view, like we always say like 6 to 8 touches to get a vote. So, we're sending out literature. Like my candidate had 4 pieces of literature go out. We're knocking at the door. We're texting afterwards. We haven't done a lot of phone banking because people don't seem to like it as much as they're like cooler with text.
Nobody talks on the phone anymore.
Yeah. So like, how many touches are you guys getting? Like, seriously, I get 15 texts a day. Do you guys get that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And emails.
Yeah. I get a ton of emails and maybe, somewhere between 5 and 10 texts a day.
Okay. So yeah, we get like 15, but like we're like, in everybody's hopper for this person's going to volunteer. Oh, Vito's back.
Everything came out all right, ladies and gentlemen. I also had a cigarette. That's why it took so long.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to do what they have to do.
I figured that.
I didn't take 2 shits or anything.
Wasn't just a pee.
So
okay,
I've been hearing this in the background, and I love
Jill,
all the
Yeah,
interaction.
can we do this more often?
Yes, as a matter of fact, thank you for bringing that up because this is happening because Jerry has been, to his credit, slightly cajoling me. He should have been like, we're doing this, but he knows me. He's my friend. He loves me. We're going to do this more often.
Yeah.
Far more
and
often.
Hopefully next time we'll be like, yeah, it's cool. We're all good.
Yeah, we're all good.
Right?
Yeah, thank God that happened.
Like when Jon Stewart said to Obama, he's like, make my job hard.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, we're going to do this more often. Jerry and I are going to talk about pop culture and pretty much anything that comes to our mind, but obviously we're going to talk about politics, and it would be fun to actually schedule time with all the people that have been on so far and who will be.
Were John and Terry on already?
I'd love to talk to you, Terry, specifically about Michigan politics. I would love it. And then, of course, with Jill, we have not only politics, but we have our love of comics and mutual friends. It would be hilarious to have you and the Hastings on together. Oh my God.
Were they already on tonight?
Yeah, were they going to come?
Did I miss them?
I wasn't able to reach out to them. I forgot to reach out to them. If you want to hit them up, I'm going to pull Ashley and we'll talk to her for a bit. If you want to.
Well, I'm going to trade places with Ashley.
All right.
It was wonderful.
Jill.
Yeah.
Jill, do me the favor and real quick, just do the footwork for us. Contact John and Terry and sort of give them the sitch and the codes.
Okay. All right. I'll give them the information you gave me.
All right. I love you, sweetheart. You were at the top of my list.
You too.
I love you so
Thank
much.
you so much for inviting me. Nice to meet you guys. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
We need your 55 electoral votes.
Yes.
You got them.
Yes, exactly.
I've already counted us.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, you guys.
Get those out to you.
And we'll pray.
I'm
Breathe
channeling.
in.
No.
Deeply. Breathe in deeply.
Turn the blue.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are on. Terry and Janice, thank you so much. Stick around as long as you want to, obviously, but we're going to bring in
I got it. Ashley, and then I think
Ashley.
Tom Beelan is scheduled for like 10 or 15 minutes from now. So
he is.
Things are going to go sideways once that happens.
So we can sign off, but we want to meet Ashley first, and then we're gonna.
Okay, hey Ash, we're gonna bring you in. Just so in case you're listening here, we're gonna bring you in here. So so this is gonna be this is Ashley on. We'll wait for her to come in.
Hello.
Hello, Ashley. Ash.
Hi there.
Hi, Ashley.
Hello.
So this has been required. This has been required of me, according to Ashley.
No. That's not true. You're not.
She is the most.
Don't think you are like up against the wall, Jerry.
She's the most political person that I know. It's an inside joke. We've been having some work related issues and politics, so we just that's the way it goes,
Way it goes.
But Ashley is she's out of our New York office. She is. Are you the head, or are you just a participant in our diversity and integration program? Are you the head of that, or
I'm founder.
You're the founder.
Oh, sweet. That's awesome.
And so she comes up a lot against the resistance to such activities.
Yep. That's right.
She plans a lot of the trainings that we have, and So she's very forthright in her opinions, and luckily, we agree on most things, so we don't clash
That's right.
too much. But you're also in a safe state.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Trump is a native son, but he's not getting that in the slightest. They're not giving him New York.
Yeah, it's troubling, right? The Southern District of New York they're chomping at the bit, right? They're waiting for him to exit the White House so they can, jump on him for some crime, for some fraudulent crimes and things like that. I mean, I think you guys were talking about earlier, I think there's a couple of different scenarios, right? Which is if Trump wins the White House, if Trump doesn't win the White House, what's going to happen to Trump, and what does that mean, and where is he going to go? And I was joking with somebody who I wasn't around with the Nixon thing, where like Nixon got in the helicopter and like went away or whatever.
Right.
But I feel like Trump's going to get in the helicopter or something and like try to go away, right? He's going to go. He needs to leave the country. I mean, as soon as his foot is out of the White House.
They're going to
cross-reference
cross-reference
things here specifically
passport.
To us older folk. I would love.
I didn't mean it like that, by the way. I'm sorry.
I would love if Trump got into that helicopter, like Captain What's His Nugget did in MASH. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah. Like get bye.
Bye.
It goes right and just disappears. I don't know what
More than disappeared, he did.
Yes,
He got to have his own sitcom called Hello, Larry.
Yeah, there was a crash. There was a helicopter. But they're gonna have to take his freaking passport. Second, it's like, yeah, okay, sir, thank you very much. Out of the White House. Oh, but before you go into it, can we have that passport? Just hand us that passport. Thanks.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt. That was a golden.
No.
So the question I asked, so are you prepared for a possible Trump victory?
So
emotionally.
So here's how I think about it, right? And I think about this I've thought about this a lot. And here's what we can't do. Here's what I'm going to tell people, liberals, people who are not voting for Trump. Here's what we can't do, which is we can't devolve into a dictatorship kind of attitude, which is we vote someone out and then we attack them, right? We lock them up, we lock up everyone, we circle them up, and we just put them in jail. Like, that's not something that we do, right, as Americans. I don't think that's what a dictatorship.
Unfortunately, under these circumstances, but I get your point, and I've been thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So, right. So if Trump wins, right? So if we go and Trump wins, and let's say, are we assuming he wins the Senate?
No. I'm not willing to do that.
Okay. So
even though, ladies and gentlemen, I have to report that Lindsey Graham is projected the winner.
Yeah, it would have been so nice if that.
What about Mitch?
He won already.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say we assume he wins the presidency and loses the Senate, and we still have the House. I mean, nothing's gonna get done. I mean,
they just locked in the House again.
It's going to be locked, so it's going to be unfortunately, with COVID, with everything else, this is just I just really hope that the voters turn out, the ballots are counted with integrity, and that people understand what's at stake, and that we don't have to go through these scenarios. That's all I can do.
Yeah. This part of me, I'm kind of emotionally prepared for, say, if Trump kind of technically loses, but somehow in the courts he pulls it out. Part of me is kind of prepared for that. I'm having a harder time with the concept that the country has changed so much that they would actually vote him back in.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want him to win in the courts, but at least part of me says, you know what? He didn't win and he had to cheat to get it. And so, okay, we're still okay because he had to cheat to get it. But the concept of the country actually being that fundamentally changed, that he rightfully wins, is harder for me to conceive of and to deal with.
I think since 2016, I think the polarity is really large. I mean, I think it's either you are or you are not. I think the gray area is pretty much gone. I don't know. That's just my feeling of things. And I voted in Arizona, so.
You did.
And that finally that worked out for you? You were able to get that taken care of? I know you had a hard time with your mail.
I did, but I mean, but that's the thing too, which is someone asked me earlier, they're like, do you think, I don't have the data, so I can't say one way or the other, but someone asked me, do you think Trump supporters are more likely to do the mail-in ballot or to do these other ballots versus voting in person? And, honestly, the barriers to voting, mail-in ballot, following up, making sure all that's done, I don't think Trump supporters are more likely to do that.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And in some scenarios, less likely.
Right.
I think so. That's kind of a dig, but.
Yeah. But we can dig.
Yeah, we can dig.
Oh, I'm petty as hell.
Heck yeah. Actually, Jerry and I had a petty contest. What was that? Do you remember?
Oh, we're just like what?
Yeah, I said I won, but his pettiness was that if Trump loses.
Oh, I can't remember now, but
I know
I do what I want to happen. Yeah, it's like, okay, him losing is one thing. I want him to lose the Senate as well. But I really want.
Oh yeah,
I want his kids to not be able to use their name. It's like I want fucking Barron to have to change his goddamn name.
Good question. What do we think about Barron Trump?
I have no problem with him. I've got no issue with him. But I want the name to be Mud. I mean, just anybody attached to it just needs to be like, oh, people aren't going to put this shit on their resume. It's like, no. They're not even going to put it on their resume that they were part of the goddamn administration.
Like, that when we
bank on people, just
for as long as we've known the name Trump, we've always known that in the back of our minds that it means something else. It means like to trump somebody.
Yeah. Right.
And it's close to what I want his name to turn into.
Yeah.
And that is that, as in as much as being a Benedict Arnold, I would love for someone who's being a Trump, not just a verb. I want them to be a Trump.
Yeah.
That it means that they're a blowhard who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's what I want.
Yeah. When a fighter talks too much shit and gets knocked out in one round, they're gonna say,
"Shut the fuck up, Trump."
He trumped that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so
I do remember what yours was, Jerry. That he was trying to keep those 100,000 votes from being counted until later, and that your pettiness was that you hope that him winning the election depended on counting those votes.
Yes. Yeah, all those votes that he's trying to keep sequestered just in case, it's like, oh, guess what? They already called the state and watch him have to flip and try to get those votes counted because that's the only way he can do it. And then have that shit still, lose from it.
That'd be amazing.
It's just.
Wait, so I'm sorry, Jesse and Tariq, where are you guys from? Are you also from Oakland or California?
I'm in Oakland.
Okay.
Terry is in Michigan. She's my cousin, and there's Janice in the background there. My cousins from the O'Neill branch of the family.
Got it. So I guess what are you guys feeling about so if Trump wins, what are you guys? I think you've talked about it earlier, but I'm really interested in hearing from your respective kind of states. What are your thoughts?
Real quick, sorry, just because I see it in the background. 97% reporting Miami-Dade is Biden. So if that's
huge.
If that's any indicator,
I
don't know if it is anymore, but it's stuck in our hearts,
right?
Sure.
So So, but how I feel about
Yeah.
Trump winning is the only thing that keeps me calm is that I have to think of the historical arc of things. That's the only way I can do it.
Do you think he will?
That if he did win, he could disrupt things for a period of time, but it could not be long lasting. It just couldn't. It just couldn't. And if we had the time and this was the specific point of this show, I could probably talk you all into understanding it cannot happen. This is not what regimes do. Regimes are not 200-year-old democracies, nor could they be. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, they burn hot and they burn out.
They burn hot and they burn out.
But man, a lot of people get fucked up in that burn though.
Yes, and that's the part that I hate.
Yeah.
But the only fluffy pillow I seem to be able to find to put my head on is that this can't last. It can't. And my big the quote on this subject is if he wins, it only means that the Republicans and conservatives will dig their grave twice as deep.
Hey, Bean,
Terry,
just want
when
to
you
quick,
can ask
heads up.
Terry what
Okay,
she,
but real quick heads up to Bean. Robin is in the chat, and she just want to make sure your family knew that she was in the chat because they're friends on Facebook. And they just want-
Oh yeah, you guys know Robin. Remember my best friend
you
Robin?
can kick me out, Jerry, if you need to.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to kick you out yet because you're going to give me shit for it. So, but Jamil is sitting,
Never.
in the waiting room. Anyway, Robin wanted me to let you know that she was in the chat because your family are friends with her on Facebook.
Yep.
So
So
Jerry,
so that's my take on can I
So someone was asking.
survive it? How about you, Terry? If he wins, how are you gonna? How do you deal with that reality? Oh, Terry, you're
I'm
muted.
not muted any longer,
There
right?
you
Okay.
go. You're good.
Okay. So yeah, so I want to make our final comment and then free up space for other folks
Okay.
to hop in. But I wanted to thank you for inviting me and
Yes, of course.
Janice, and we're glad to share the perspective from the mitten. This is what we talk about. We live around here in Michigan.
Yep, they're
And-
right. They're right about there.
Yeah, yeah. So, but basically, just so you know, we haven't played euchre or pinochle in the last 4 years because we can't say the freaking word. Okay, and we're gonna say like my card is the most strongest one, and we're not going to say the T word. So,
you can't do the
I
tongue?
have
Yeah.
I have no plan if this election doesn't go our way. And the reason that we don't have a plan is because we worked our asses off. We left it all on the field. We've text banked, we've knocked doors, we've had fundraisers. My Democratic Club was able to raise money and give out close to $9,000 to local candidates. And we also gave, $1,000 to Gary Peters, over $1,000 to the Supreme Court. And we've hit all of our state reps that are in our district. There were 4 of those. So, I mean, we've given away a lot of money. We've advertised in the local paper for 4 weeks.
Billboard.
We have a
Now
billboard.
you guys know why I wanted them on here.
We have a billboard that
So
says it's
incredible.
okay to change your mind for 4 days. And then the last couple days it says Biden Harris for the win. Because we know people, when they drive down the freeway, they want to make sure they're going to vote for the winner. So that was our last
Right.
That was our last outreach. So we don't have a backup plan. And you know what? If we have to deal with it, we'll survive. But we're prepared to deliver Michigan because we've done the hard work, and it's not just been, this little community. It's been across the state. I've seen so many people that have been working their asses off. We've had just a really strange election year, like everybody else. We actually, my state rep, his name is Darren Camilleri. He's running for his 3rd term. He's been a dynamo. And they came to his event. Not only did they have the Trump flags, the megaphones. They had the pickup trucks. They had like a bobblehead person with the Biden face with, and this was a bonus, they had a bullet hole, mark for a bullet hole, and blood. And they had their kids in the background.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a 5-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl that are in a parking lot watching this happen. So like we feel like we're in the most polarized place possible in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But we also feel that, you know, for every flag that you see that's flying for Trump, there's like this quiet, scared person in the background that is just like, you know, cast their ballot and send it in for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And hopefully we're going to get wins up and down the ticket for Democrats. And so, you know, we're hopeful and we don't have a plan B because, you know, we're going to just claim it, you know?
Yep.
We're claiming it.
I love that answer.
We got your 55 votes. Thank you
That's
for
awesome.
that.
That's
I
awesome.
love it. I
That's
love
awesome.
it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I haven't seen my husband in more than 12 hours. So, yeah, I had my ice cream and my wine. So, you know, just
Great conversation.
Yeah, great conversation. And we're just going to have to be patient. We're not going to know anything necessarily today. Tomorrow, it may be a week or so. You know, Trump is going to try to claim it. And if you say that after last wine, it's clump.
He should have done it by now. He should have done it by now.
No, they called him out beforehand, so now he doesn't want to do it because people.
Oh, so he's
yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, it was a pleasure to
thank you very
talk
much
with you guys.
For all your work.
I love what you're doing, and hopefully we can pop in some other time.
I love it. I hope so too. We'll let you know, even if we're just going to talk about, you know, pop culture and whatnot. I'll let you know when we're going to do it.
Sounds great.
All right, I love you guys so much. I'm going to talk to you soon. I'll call you soon.
Take care of yourselves, man.
Right.
Take care of yourselves.
All right. Love you, Bino.
All right. Love you guys.
Janice. Good to see you, honey.
So, also Ashley, Robin Q Brady, that's my wife in the chat. She's been talking to you and she wants to thank you for being the diversity person and keeping me from losing my crap at all times.
Oh, thank you so much, Robin.
But she also knows, the roller coaster journey I had with you when we first started working together.
Yeah.
So she knows the journey of me going, oh my God, this Ashley, she's driving me freaking crazy.
Yeah. And I want to like own that on air that like I am very sometimes difficult. So
high maintenance, you know. And just in case you didn't know,
oh my God, you
guys
didn't know
she's from.
I didn't know this was what was going to happen. So
just in case you didn't know, she's from New York. You know,
I'm now the moderator.
It has nothing to do with high maintenance because I'm from New York.
Oh yeah, but it's just one of those things that tends to come up like within 5 minutes of us being anywhere.
With me and you, maybe I don't have
you just
the
tell
same situation
look,
with others.
when we were in Texas and we had to meet for the whole group had to meet for dinner and my Uber was late or whatever and I couldn't find the table.
Yeah,
I'm like, it's for this group, and they're like, I don't know. I'm like, there was a woman from New York, and she goes, oh, it's over there, and they said, oh, it's that table, and I'm like, bingo. All I had to do was say a woman from New York, and they knew exactly where to put me in the room.
Because I was trying to get reservations to make sure we all have a seat.
You made sure they knew you were from New York.
Hey,
no,
real quick, Jerry, we have Jamal and
we got Jamil and Ron. So
and Ron.
All right, so I can go.
Oh, if you want, or you can stick around.
Okay, I can stick around. You tell me.
Stick around.
Please do. Oh, please do.
Okay.
Please do.
I'm gonna.
Jamil
was in the room first. So
yep. So we're gonna let him in first
and see how my brother Jamil is doing. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna bring you in. All right, he'll pop in just a second. There he goes. Let's see what he's got. Whoa, you got a different look.
Yes, a little bit.
Hey, how you doing, Janelle?
I had a picture in my head of what you're gonna look like.
Where did you get that shirt, Jamal?
I have had it since 2016. Yeah. So I cannot remember. I think I got it online. Yeah.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Oh, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. Maintaining my calm, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm chilling.
Good. which is
Yeah,
good
I
for
mean,
you
I'm
because you can hurt people. I know you.
only when I hide behind you, my friend.
I know this feels.
But the
I
hilarious
think
thing is that both Jamil and I are really big, mean-looking people, but we're actually
I know.
yeah, I know it's a tumultuous day, so let me just reassure all your listeners and viewers. Okay, we knew two facts when we started today. Donald Trump was going to do really well in the in-person voting, and that Biden would probably win when all the votes were counted. Those two facts are still true. And if you're surprised at anything, it's because that if you're surprised right now, you need to reconsider how you think about Latino people and the fact that they are not one homogenous group. And Cubans in Miami are very different than Mexicans in Texas. Are very different than Mexicans in San Diego. So, the Cubans that ran over here from Cuba, they're still dreaming about going back to those sugar plantations. Okay, they didn't come here because they wanted freedom. All right, they came here because they were aristocracy, and they lost a lot, and now they live in Miami. If you don't believe me, go ask a Cuban in Miami what they think about their Haitian neighbors, and you'll see that there's classes of Latino. So.
Yeah.
It is no surprise that Cubans in Miami-Dade went for Trump and thereby kind of swung it, be more concerned that the felons and former felons of Miami still have not been re-enfranchised. So I think just remain calm. Most states count the mail-in ballots after the in-person ballots. We're going to have to wait for a little bit. It is disappointing that it's not a blowout. It's not the reputation. We haven't turned down Trumpism like we hoped, but I think we'll come all right in the end. It'll just be too close. It'll be closer than it should be, is my feeling.
Yeah, it will be closer than it should be.
Yeah.
Jesus.
How old's your girl?
She is 9.
She
She'll
is
be 10.
9.
9,
Okay,
yeah.
9. God damn.
Right? I don't know what happened.
I'm coming to terms with having a 15-year-old, but okay.
Right.
So at 9,
yeah.
What is she? How much is she seeing, and how's that affecting her?
Oh, yeah. I mean, be perfectly frank, she told us just last night she had a dream that Donald Trump won, and she screamed.
Oh.
She understands that there are good human beings and bad human beings, and she understands that right now a not so pleasant human being is in charge of stuff. So I try to find the balance, as I'm sure a lot of African American parents do, of telling the truth without destroying someone's innocence, but today we did watch a couple videos because she's old enough to understand in this presidential election. So I waited till today to fill out my ballot. We watched a couple videos about some of the lynchings and things that went on in the early 1900s about, trying to vote and what happened during the Reconstruction era. And then we went through the ballot together, and then she walked over with me to drop off my ballot because I wanted to impress upon her, the price that's been paid.
Jesus Christ, dude, I love you. Jerry didn't give me quite a good enough warning how awesome you are.
Hey, Jerry.
Because I'm an educator, dude. I love this. I love this.
Well, our family has been blessed enough to be kind of long-lived, and people have children later in life. I mean, I had my daughter when I was 33, and that's actually 10 years younger than when my dad had me. So I'm old enough to have a grandmother who remembers, being asked how many jelly beans were in a jar. I had a great grandmother who was born a slave. So it's fresh for me. My parents could not vote as adults. So it's fresh for me to understand, my dad was in the Air Force fighting for America and was unable to vote for his commander in chief. So it's even though I'm Gen X, it's still fresh for me to understand the price that was paid for me to have this. I won't even say it's a luxury, but just the price that was paid for me to exercise my right as a citizen. And yes, it's not the only step. There's a lot of things that you have to do after you vote, but it is the most powerful nonviolent tool you have, as John Lewis said, to affect change. So now that she's old enough to understand what voting is, I mean, I'm pretty sure she walked over with us to the polling station the last election, but she was like 6. 5, so it's not the same. At 10 years old, you understand this is probably a memory she's going to keep. So I wanted to understand it wasn't just me coloring in some cool bubbles. It was,
Right.
a
little Scantron.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we went through a lot of stuff. So hopefully she's not going to be scared of it. She absorbed it, and then I explained to her why I was choosing what I chose, and then we walked together.
Awesome.
I got that. Yeah.
That's amazing,
Awesome.
brother.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for that.
And thank you for that memory for today, because I'm going to keep that one.
Thank you.
No, really, that's fantastic. As an educator, that's what I wish. That's what I wish would happen more often, man.
Yeah.
We as educators try to influence kids positively because sometimes we know their parents aren't going to. Our jobs would be so much easier if we also knew. I mean, absolutely. If parents were involved, teachers would be co-teachers,
right?
As we should be, and I really appreciated hearing that. Thanks, brother.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate what you do as well.
Ashley, you were starting to ask a question at one point.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm actually half Korean, half Black. My father's Black. I have a brother who's a year older, and we didn't have to deal with some of these racial issues, quote unquote, because I lived in a community with a lot of people who were minorities. But I'm really interested in hearing like how. I don't have children, so I'm really interested in hearing how everyone who has children or who mentor youth talk about what's happening right now, and how do you, really, it's scary, but also be real. How do you be real with?
Real quick, do you still have that mentorship program going on that you were dealing with at one point?
With me?
No,
Ashley.
I think.
Yeah.
I do mentor, and it's a little different. It's a Black female. It's the same, but it's different. Like, I don't know what it's like to really talk about the violence and that reality of walking through the street and what that
of course.
means.
And that's the reason that I think Jamal is because, and I know how you're feeling right now, Ashley, well, to a degree. I know how you're feeling because, as an educator, these are things that you're not really allowed to talk about with your students. And even in a mentorship program, I'm sure you have a closer relationship, and the point is that you're mentoring them, but still you can't go there.
Yeah.
And it's hard to go there without the parents' buy-in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first, Ashley, you should meet my daughter because my wife is Korean. So
fantastic.
So maybe she could mentor with you and see a successful woman with the same background as her. I think the most important thing is being of a certain age. I grew up with Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Rogers has a great way of telling you the horrible things, but saying it in a way that you're not scared. And I think the simplest way that Mr. Rogers always said it was, you look for the helpers, you be the best you can be in any given situation. And I think that's the most important thing to tell kids. You don't need to say everyone's coming to get you. There's time enough later for the talk when they first have to go ride in a car by themselves or anything. But right now, it's the only time, I think one of my favorite things to say to Lori, my daughter, is the only time you worry about what someone else has is when they don't have enough. So if you just keep that in your mind, don't be jealous of anyone else. Don't be, worry about people when they're smaller than you and take care of them. Worry about people when they don't have something to eat and feed them. Worry about someone when they don't have clothes on their back. That's when you worry about people. So do what's the best for everybody and be the best that you can. We talk about being a leader a lot. Especially now that I hear her interacting with her friends when she takes homeschooling. She's been on group projects, and I say, oh, no one's getting anything done. Well, then who's the leader?
Who's the leader?
Who's going to be the person to get everybody to get things done? Someone's got to step up. So is it going to be you? Well, I don't know. I'm like, no, if no one else going to do it, nothing's going to get done. Who's going to be the leader?
Yep.
So I think you focus
on a leader that is a helper that brings people through.
Exactly.
A leader is a helper. Exactly.
Yeah. A leader isn't a boss.
Yeah.
A leader leads by example. A leader leads by lifting people up. So You know, I think when you talk about the traits that you need to do good in the world rather than the dangers that are out there, I think that's how you adjust it.
Grasp the realities, which is
you know,
a Black young man.
kids are they notice everything, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to get those tough questions right off the bat. You know, there'll be times when I'm driving around, and I mean, she was like 4 years old, and the first time she thought about what was outside the window of the car, she asked me, "Why is that man there with the sign?"
Mm-hmm.
And and the one thing you don't do is you never lie to your kid. You be as honest as you can. So I said, "Well, I don't think he has a home or enough money to pay for a room tonight, so he's asking for money." So that people can help him get something to eat or somewhere to stay. And she said, "Well, that's not right.
Mm-hmm.
There's empty apartments across the street from us. Someone should just give one to him." And I go, "You're absolutely right." Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And then we just have a discussion.
Right.
And the most important thing is not to be super harsh and make a kid cynical, but you just never lie to them.
Right.
Right.
And I think that's
and one thing that's wonderful about children is that they cut to the truth of things, and they cut to the humanity of things. I've had a similar situation with my son when he was about 4 or 5 years old with a homeless couple that was, not too far away. And we passed, he's always on that freeway on ramp. So one day we would hear, and then I explain the next day, and then another day explain. And then at one point he says, he asked me, "What's that man's name?" I'm like, I don't know his name. It's like, we should know his name. I'm like, oh, we should. So then got off the freeway, hop back on the freeway, come back around again, and introduce my son to the person. And that's John. I've known John for years now, and Malachi knows him, and Malachi talks to him, and it's like, okay, but it was because he said, "Hey, we should know the man's name."
Yeah.
And it's like, and my first thought was like, because I'm jaded in me, but then my brain went, well, yeah, of course I should. You just taught me something,
Yeah.
And so to foster that, you need to foster that in him and notice it and keep that growing.
And know that, like Jamal said, they know, they see things. So if you're not there prepared to give them an answer, they're going to come up with their own assumptions as best they can, because there's a question and they need to figure out an answer. This isn't they have a question and they'll get to it later.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with the allies, like the Black Lives Matter, the police, and how do we deal with that whole situation?
I think we're about to schedule another conversation.
Yeah.
Because I want to hear a lot about that too.
Yeah, I think kids inherently understand that Black Lives Matter, so that's not even a conversation. Like kids, you have to teach kids that Black lives don't matter. As for the police, it's a complicated conversation. As Jerry knows, I have police in my family.
Yeah.
I have police who are friends that I was a reference for them to get that job. So you can imagine what the conversations for me are like with them now, saying like, yes, I think you'd be a good officer. That doesn't mean I think that the police are a great organization. I recommended you because that's one less cop that would kill me. That's it.
Yeah, for several years, I was on the advisory board for the Oakland Police, for recruitment, because I'm like, look, I want to make sure that someone's looking at these guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's like, oh, don't you have issues? Yes, I do. That's why I'm here. Someone in the room.
But there's also the case that, you're saying that, you've given your friends references, and I don't know your friends. I'm just going to just speak blanketly here. That, you give them a reference, and the thought is, I just want one less cop that's going to kill me. But one of the things we have to deal with the police community is that they change people into people who might kill you.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
I mean,
they have a very limited amount. We always talk about training. They have very limited training. All the training comes within the community of the police.
Yeah.
That's where the training actually happens.
Which is the police policing the police.
Yeah. Just saying, we have several people stacked up.
I'm
one
sorry.
of the-
Okay,
one
well,
of the-
No, no, you're welcome to stay. We're going to add people.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're
But
gonna add
Jamil, Tom Beelan is in the room.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Okay.
you know how that's we're gonna get my
Yeah.
man Tom in there.
And then I
there's-
want to
there's
get
a
Beth in because I don't think they have a lot of time.
Okay.
But let's bring in Tom real quick. I'm going to text Beth because I have to
Okay.
exit for a mo.
And yeah, feel free to stay or leave whenever you want there.
Yeah,
Ashley,
please. This
you know,
is not, we're not
yeah.
scheduling guests in
All right.
terms of.
Okay, so hey Tom, if you're listening or watching, I'm gonna bring you in.
Okay.
Let's see.
Actually, I have to say
Alright.
hi to Tom.
Tom. Okay, there's Tom is getting the
All
scene
right, there's
together.
Tom of the audio.
Okay, so Tom Beelan is a cartoonist extraordinaire. That
Extraordinaire.
yes.
Yeah.
Come on, I have several. There are very few people who I have artwork on my wall, and I have
Yeah,
several,
me too.
I have several pieces of yours.
I have several. I have very few people whose artwork I'm in.
And you have several pieces, yeah.
No, not very many people.
My camera's not working.
Yeah, what's up?
That's okay. This is actually the best shot of you right here. This
I know it is. I look very I look
That's
very
a pretty debonair shot.
that is a pretty good shot.
Oh, I'm in-
Excuse me,
I'm
folks.
in
I'll
my
be right back.
vineyard.
Sorry, everybody.
That's the back cover of your novel looking shot.
I look
right
like
there.
I look like homeless chic for some kind of, you know. Sometimes I go off into the vineyard. I sleep there overnight. Hey, you know what's really difficult to do? Is figure out that Zoom invitation address when you're high. I wonder why it's not working.
Whoops, sorry for the caps on there, Ashley. On side chat. Oh, that's hilarious, Tom, because you know, we were talking about and since I can be totally honest with you, I'm not worried about that. Bino was like, hey, we should get Tom in. He should just be there from the start. You know, he's just because he's going to ask all sorts of questions and we should just have him in there. And I said, you know, Tom's going to be high and we'll have no control of the conversation. And we'll have no control of the conversation. And he's like, okay, yeah, tell him to come in after 7:30.
Listen, you know what I know about the political progress, especially with you guys? I'm the low end of the totem pole in this thing. Like the proposition shit. How am I supposed to make it? Both commercials sound legit, and I don't know which fucking way to go with it. And so I went strictly as a renter on half this stuff that was going through. You know, the supermarket people go like, oh, we're going to charge more for groceries. I don't care. Sorry, tough shit. You know, I didn't know what to do with it. Is Jamil here?
Yeah, he's right there. So we got
Oh, now look at me dumber.
Do you have
Right here, man.
Do you have your camera? So we got Jamil, who you know. Ashley on is a coworker of mine out of New York.
Cool.
She is.
Are you bulking up?
What's that?
Are you bulking up?
Not trying to, but you know.
How much of that Halloween candy you get? Every house has like 9 bags of Halloween candy because no one came to their house.
Robin literally just came over and handed me like like here, some candy, some chocolate.
We have a
for
bunch
you.
at our store.
Yeah. So, yeah, we bought a bunch, you know, and knowing no one was going to show up, I'm like, okay.
So at what point, I'm going to ask you guys then, what point do we start feel the sphincters tightening and everybody starts freaking out? Because now it's too early, right?
Yeah, it's too early. I don't know, but I'm one of those people who regrettably wakes up in the morning and kind of goes, what's on and starts doom scrolling. I just, you know, like boom, and so I've had to take to not do that as much as possible. But this, I've just been immersed. Some people are like, no, I can't take it. I can't take it. It's like I can't not take it. I'm just immersed in it. You know.
I'll tell you what I can't take.
Just the way, yeah.
I can't take any more of these elections where it's the end of the world if the wrong guy gets chosen. It's every time. It seemed like simpler back then when they just had like 2 dudes running for office, and
right.
like if you make the wrong choice, we're all going to go into the abyss, and this is it. And it's draining me, man.
No, yeah, it's like one of those. It's like a hack sci-fi show that every couple weeks is a fucking apocalypse. It's like, why do we keep doing this? It's like, can't we just have normal for a bit?
Yeah,
it's
2 normal people.
Let's
I don't care who they are, what what nationality they are or anything. Just make them normal.
Yeah, let's have it boring.
Every election is like an episode of Chopped.
Yeah, let's have boring.
Stress.
Let's have boring. That's all I want. I want boring.
Me too. I want
Start
two
with that.
people. I want a boring Mexican against a boring black guy, and just watch the whole nation go, well, I don't know what to do now.
Oh, they're just, yeah. Oh, look at them. They're just being so wonky and talking about issues so much. We're bored to death. Awesome.
That
Yeah, that's not how this works though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, why are you in the Trump Jr. pose?
That's the pose Tom's always in. Like
wait,
every
wait,
time.
what's the Trump Jr. pose?
No, it's a Don Jr.
The Don Jr. I just came down off my Coke high, lying in the bed,
Yeah.
No.
up the
I
nose
can't do
shot.
coke. I don't do coke. I just do weed, baby. This is how Don Jr. would have been if he was on weed. Well, you know,
That's what he was
the
on
point.
his Coke pose. It was his Coke
Yeah.
pose, and he was like,
Oh,
"Look
was
at my Instagram."
I never get that guy any time of day. If he has a video clip out, I just don't watch it, man. I got no time for that shit.
No, he's not worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody
I know.
in the chat was like, Don Jr. 2024. I'm like, get the fuck, get out of here.
Fuck, every time I turn on the news to see what was going on, they're just so afraid on the news channels. They're so,
You know, I have not watched the news all night tonight for one
it's
reason. Like
interesting.
they need to create drama. Like
Yeah,
attention.
our news is not news, it's entertainment, no matter what channel you go to, they need to create drama. I will not. We need to go to a UK model where they don't say anything until every vote's counted.
Yeah. Oh, and also have
I
like a
wish
6-week
commercials for
freaking election.
Yeah, and like a 6-week election.
I wish commercials for propositions just say what the fuck the proposition is. And no, they shouldn't be marketed. Laws should not be with a marketing committee attached to it. It should just be, here's what you got. If you don't know it, fucking figure it out. Go ask someone smarter than you. That's what I do. Fuck it. It's tough in my family.
Tom, move out of America. You're done. Get out.
Yeah, just leave out the marketing part. I don't need the violins and the sad woman voice going, this year, more people will die of COVID. I don't need that shit. You know? Just tell me what you want from me. Just tell me.
Tom, did you vote today? Did you vote?
Are we voting today?
Did you vote?
He got that robocall message from Michigan.
I did the drop off.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the drop off on Halloween.
Okay.
But you know what? My drop off box looked like something out of the 66 Batman show. It didn't look legit, you know. It was too new and shiny around the Dollar Tree.
Right.
Dropping it off. I heard dun, 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 when I dropped it off.
Hey, Tom, real quick, before I forget, I had Ron scheduled for about now, but we kept going long, so we lost him. But Ron Chapman, he wanted to say hi to you and be on at the same time as you.
Cartoons for him.
Yeah, we tried to schedule you at the same time, so hopefully he'll drop by again. But so stick around.
That was me. I unplugged him.
Yeah, it was. But that's
Also,
he's awesome.
let's see. Just so you know, Bane, Sheila's going to be probably coming in about 15-20 minutes.
20? Okay.
15 minutes, something like that.
I've been trying to get updates from a friend of mine about what these what the results are. I mean, that's the point of this. Now, obviously, it's important we talk about all this, and I think that's what is more interesting. But I'm trying to figure out what the fuck states we're doing. So if I'm distracted in the background, that's what I'm doing.
What was your guys' favorite election night? That when you like when you're really into it and
Great
you felt like
fucking question.
Oh well,
I'm gonna say 2012.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
that was a crazy night.
I was no, actually, hold on.
For me, it was 2008 because I had a three-year-old son.
Yeah.
And, and I just, I just sat there, with my, my son and explaining everything to him, the whole conversation and just watching, and just the moment of it was just like, I'll cry now. Just
and from that night is the only evidence I have that Jerry cries.
I was 2008.
I had a unique situation that night, which made it even more fun. that was that I was at that time the prop master for the American Musical Theater in San Jose, and the election was going on during a show, and so we were all doing our little shifts.
Oh,
and
cool.
And I was the one with the info because I'm the prop master, and I had a little bit more time in between things than other people did, like as opposed to the spot operator, for instance. So I was the guy who got to give the good news to everybody as we were like running past.
Sweet.
I'm like, he's ahead by blank. He's won so and so, and everyone was just like, yay, yay. So in that show, I knew who my next president was. It was really exciting.
Nice.
Besides that, it would be the aftermath of 2000, because Robin
Yeah.
and I were absolutely riveted by what was happening.
Hanging Chad was my favorite.
Hanging Chad.
And the Daily Show the day after, was probably the best Daily Show that ever existed. Them all bedraggled, pretending that they'd been up all night.
I remember I was I was working at the newspaper. And I can't even tell you who was running. It was just that it was one of those last years that you could smoke in the newsroom. And it was old school reporters watching the TV sets, and they were all just talking to each other what was going on and stuff. And I just felt like a fly on the wall of a newspaper. I love newspaper life. I love the newsroom. I miss it so bad.
Where were you, Tom? What newspaper?
I was in Napa, the Napa. And I think I was just starting my whole career there, and I didn't feel like I fit because I was just a high school guy. I didn't go to college or anything, and all these dudes were from like Notre Dame and Washington State. You know, if it had a college degree, and I was really impressed. But you know, I'm also a cartoonist. My job was to observe and look and stuff. And I just got to watch how there were moments where it got really quiet, but the smoking and them just staring at I did a drawing of them all staring at the TV sets. And that's where I said, okay, I need to quit just looking at this shit. I need to get involved in this shit. And I started going to city council meetings and did cartoons about that. I did cartoons about the Catholic Church and all kinds of things like that. But that's where I kind of decided I can't just be an illustrator. I can't be doing other people's opinions on this shit if I don't know what's going on.
So
I'm going to take this moment.
Real quick, go ahead. What year was that again, Tom?
Oh, what's that?
What year?
You know, I want to say 98's when I left, so probably in the early 90s.
Yeah, so that would have been the 92.
Clinton?
Yeah, both of those I was with Robin and Jerry. That's when we were first starting to become friends.
I think it was because I think they were playing like the Fleetwood Mac song was going off in the newsroom, but there was pizza and cigarettes and booze was out. People were drinking booze, and they're still writing on, one finger typists on typewriters and shit. And it was never the same after that. It was cleaned up and it was sterile and it was just
Just before I forget and before I wanted to just share one of the pieces that I have of yours that you gave to Robin years ago. It's my favorite political cartoon.
I know what it is.
And
it's a good.
And it's,
she has it hanging.
Have it hanging in our house. Yeah, so I'm just gonna do a quick screen
to share it.
Can you see?
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
This one here.
Yeah, that was 1990. When is that?
Oh Jesus, when was that?
Early, like 92 or something like that.
Because this specifically, this was the Leslie Stahl interview with Trump.
Yeah.
The question he refused to answer was just how. And she just kept repeating how to him. And
you know what's cool?
And that's not when this was drawn. This is just a good reference to that.
Yeah. This was a long time ago. But
when this came out,
sums up.
The next day I got a fax from Pat Oliphant saying that he loved that cartoon, and Hank Ketchman also. That was the first time I ever got any kind of response from a cartoon. Was that cartoon was first?
I'm super glad to have.
I remember Robert wanted that. Robert, that's like one of the first pieces I sold was to Robin. She was going, "Oh my god, how much is this?" And I was like, "I don't know."
Sweet. Hey, cool. I just texted Ron, letting him know that Tom was in, so I'm going to bring him in right now.
Okay, cool.
Here we go. Hey, Ron. Currently, you're muted, and there you are. Woo!
Howdy, everyone.
Hey, Ron.
Real quick introduction to Ron, please.
Yeah, Ron and I worked together many years ago in San Jose when I had a puppet theater down there, and the best intro I have is that at one point he and I were peers. We were hired around the same time, and so we were friends because we each ruled departments. And then he got a promotion, and he became my direct supervisor. And what he decided, we had to have that meeting you have, and he told me directly, he's like, because I was a puppeteer, and they were constantly messing with me because, well, frankly, because you're doing puppetry.
Because you're Jesse.
You need to do more. You're not doing anything. You
need to get in the suit.
So Ron sat down and he goes, "What can I do?" And the year following was the most productive year of my creative life. And that's just one of the reasons I love Ron. He also saved my life by bringing me to a beach. So there you go.
I've done that for you, Jesse.
He said beach, not bitch.
Yeah.
Hey,
beach.
now.
Yeah. So what's up, Ron?
Not a whole lot. How are you guys doing tonight?
Well, we're having good conversations. It's been
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. You're
Depends, Ron, who you voted for.
Oh,
I voted for Kanye. I thought that was a safe vote, right?
Jerry, get him out.
So
did anyone see his tweet about voting?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
he
here-
said like he only voted for, or he voted for who he trusted, which was himself.
Yeah, but he didn't fill out anything else.
Yeah. Here it is. Let me just do a quick.
you guys, I'm a person with mental illness, and I have posted things publicly that have alerted people to the fact that I am mentally ill and they need to step in. Why hasn't anybody stepped into that motherfucker?
Yeah. So this is it. This was his ballot. Nothing. And just him wrote himself in. That was his.
He needs help, you
Oh,
guys.
well, it's one guy.
So proud of himself.
Did he
was
spell
so proud.
Kanye right? It would have been embarrassing. Kanye. It was Kanye West.
They need to take
He's like,
his
what did I
clothing line.
do?
They need to take his clothing line away from him.
Can I
Because
ask?
then he'd be
like,
poor again, and no one would listen to him, and then he would go get help.
Yeah.
What's
Can
up?
I
What's up?
ask?
Agreed.
And Jerry
Yeah,
and
what's up, Ash?
like, don't get offended, but like, what do you think about him doing that as a person of color?
How come I wasn't that?
Well, you should ask that, Ash. You can answer that, Ashley.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's it has nothing to do with him being. It has him also being another malignant narcissist. He
Yeah.
said, "Hey, one TV guy won. I can do it
Yeah.
too. That's all."
Yeah.
But he is the one that makes me drop the N-word in my own house every so often. It's like, yeah. Robin,
What was the last time?
she came to me this
When
morning.
was the last
Did you see the
Yeah, what
Kanye
was the
thing?
last
And I
time
said,
you dropped it because of Kanye West.
she came to me this morning. She said, "Did you see the
Oh.
Kanye thing?" I'm like, "Is this gonna make me drop it? Is it gonna make me?" And it's like,
Oh, okay, that's the
It
funniest.
probably
that
feels
was
the way I
amazing.
feel whenever I see some white douchebag talking about, the shit that embarrasses me. I wish, I don't know. You hate having someone representing your people, I guess, or that looks like a fucking idiot. It's the drunk uncle at the wedding syndrome. It's like, fucking, can someone sit the nut down so we all have a serious conversation here?
I think that's the burden for every person of color. Like, one person of color is supposed to represent all of us.
Yeah.
Right.
He'll know what a nut he was when people finally take their lips off the udder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just makes too much money for people. So he's just like Trump. They could do shit through him. So who cares what he says?
Yeah.
But once he's got no one he can help anymore, then he realizes what a shithead you were.
Well, and isn't that what we're hoping for tonight? That Trump gets the udder pulled from his.
And that's
stupid
some
mouth.
big old nipples. Those are
Yeah.
old
It's
people.
it's
nipples.
coming. Did you see what is it? Is it Deutsche Bank? Is that am I saying it correctly? Deutsche Bank. They've already called in his debts. But they've called in his debts, $300 million.
You know what I can't believe?
So
Lindsey Graham won.
That
Yeah.
hurts.
I
That hurts my
know.
feelings.
Holy
That
shit.
That hurts my feeling. Yeah.
How
yeah,
the
good-
hell?
Good
You're-
call. That's exactly
Yeah.
how it feels.
It's like a Jerry Lewis telethon when he was running, and all of a sudden he actually won.
Lindsay and Mitch. I mean,
Gross.
Lindsay and Mitch hurt the worst for me. Like, I
Oh,
knew
yeah.
Mitch was going to win. I knew he was, but I was like hoping against hope. But Lindsay really hurts because he
I hope Collins goes down.
Yeah.
Man.
yeah.
Right,
Collins
well,
needs to go
well,
down hard.
That's
Yeah.
the turncoat.
So this is something that I brought up before, and I think that this is probably a future show where we can all sit down and talk about this, because Jerry has been asking me and initially and a number of us, like, how we're dealing with this, what are our thoughts if he wins, and so on and so forth. And really what it comes down to me is more and more recognizing that we are a country that is two countries smushed into one. Right? It is offensive to us, but those are us. According to us as the United States, those are us. There's always a solid, what, Jerry, 32%?
For Trump?
No, that are those people.
Oh yeah. It's solid. It's 30. Yeah.
Like
30,
a solid
32.
a solid third of this country will do these, has his, they have his support. I know it's really maddening to me. So that they have his support and always will, not just him, but all others like him. They're the solid, they're what we call his like true base. But then
It's nothing worse
there
than
are
when I
these
talk to people about
middle
religion, Jesse.
grounders. Who the fuck are these middle grounders that don't
start, Tom.
understand the difference?
They're just afraid to admit it. Like the only problem the Republican Party has with Trump is that he says the quiet part loud. That's it. They have been the same people my entire life.
Yes.
They've been the exact same people. The only reason that they're tripping off Trump is like they're saying the quiet part loud. They're like, crap, if he goes down and we lose the Senate, it's the end of the Republican Party. So it's minority rule because everyone sees them for what they are now. And I mean,
Right, but that doesn't stop them from supporting him.
Well, it's part
yeah,
of
but I mean, 30%. Like, I'm just lucky. I'm just glad that it's not 60% anymore.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
What's weird for me
agreed,
is I grew up in
agreed.
a
What's
I grew
that?
up
But
in
in
a serious
terms of
religious
the
home.
question of the night,
hold on a second. Ron, you were saying?
Yeah, I grew up in a serious religious home. I mean, I walked away from it in my early 20s.
Yeah.
But my parents are still just freaking,
Yeah.
Christian, and they're like, preaching to our kids and all of that shit. And I'm like, stop that. But number one, why are you still supporting Trump? I cannot fathom it, like you were saying. So I don't understand how in the world anybody that says they're in that religious aspect can support the man. I
Ron,
get it.
so can we take a step back? So when did you decide you were not a part of that? How did you step away from that, and how did you talk about that?
Well, it was I was groomed to be a youth pastor / pastor since the time I was in second grade. I was in church 5-6 days a week in a really religious home that was, there was no dances, there was no rock music, there was no R-rated movies. Everything was just Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. But it was also the hell and the fire and brimstone. It was, the scare tactics. I remember going into Southern Oregon to the Mardi Gras and handing out the little pamphlets and saying, you're going to go to hell, but you better find Jesus because he'll save you. And all of that and I was a youth pastor for a while. And then I started to kind of go, So in my early 20s, I stopped going to church. It was a very clear day because I was at this girl's house. She was 10 years older than I was. It was Easter.
That's why.
And
Am I right, Tom?
And I'm like,
it was Easter, and this is back in the day before I think the pagers had just come out, and somehow the phone rang, and it was my mom. How she found this lady's number, I have no idea. But she called me and she said, you need to get back into church. You need to do this. And I said, Mom, everything I know that I've been taught and everything that I've taught, if I die right now, I'm going to hell and I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And she started to cry and she said, I love you. I'll pray for you. And I didn't talk to her for 6 months.
Wow.
And what the weirdest part of that whole thing was, everybody in my life was that were my friends and my circle were all the Christian people.
Mm.
Everyone else had been my enemy for all my life.
Right.
So now I was alone and
Yeah.
all on my own.
So yeah,
So now-
Ron, I mean, to turn the phrase, what a baptism for you.
It, you know what? I see 2 therapists still today. And I work through a lot of that shit because it has impacted every aspect of my life.
Yeah.
And
If
you know,
I may,
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
say, because
if
I know
I may.
Jamil has a balance of his, I would
Yeah.
say, of your
Well,
spiritual and your political life.
I just wanted to put something in there that I feel for Ron, because it's funny. Like, okay, one, my family's incredibly religious, right? Like, Black people from the South. That's all I gotta say. All right, and but there is no way to this day in God's green earth that not a single religious person in my family would vote for Trump. And the first thing they would call him out, even before the racism, would be cheating on his wife and all that
Right.
stuff. It's the
Right.
first thing they'll call out, is that he's not a faithful person. However, here's something I don't think I've ever even mentioned to Jerry, as long as our friendship has gone on. I've had Ron's experience as well, though. I've seen both sides of the Christianity, because I have my family, and then my mom thought she was doing right. She took me out of public school in 6th grade. I graduated from Howard Elementary in Oakland. And then she immediately sent me to a private school. And she thought she was doing the right thing. I was going to be a teenager. So she put me in the private school so I would get Bible and Jesus every day, right? This school, I call it a cult. It went from kindergarten to high school. They have a college attached. The college was founded next to a church. People would go there through their lives, going to the church the whole time, graduate from the college, and then marry somebody also from the school.
Where was this?
It's in Oakland.
Which one?
Yeah.
It's on Coolidge. It's on
Rita
Coolidge.
Coolidge?
Traveling my map. Hold on.
Hold on.
Is it
I don't want to
Coolidge
say
or-
it because I don't know who's watching. I
Well,
tweeted this out.
above.
They're not
below-
watching. What are you
Below
talking
MacArthur.
about?
Below,
You'd be
below
surprised. You'd be surprised. I tweeted it out. I still know people. They will do
I
it.
go for the joke.
Is this like prosperity gospel type thing, or
I don't think it necessarily was. I just think it was cultish. It was just, I remember one kid got in trouble for
Right
buying
down
a
the
Duke.
street from Bret Hart, huh? Damn.
Yes, literally, yeah. You'll like if you look it up, you'll be like, oh.
Wait, hold on. A kid got in trouble for what, Jamal?
Oh, wearing a Duke jacket, a Duke Blue
Duke?
Devils jacket.
Duke, yeah.
Remember in 1992? All right.
Wow.
All of us of a certain age remember what it was like with Duke and college basketball in 1992, right? Everybody loved watching Duke basketball. He got in trouble for that. Anyway, they were very cultish, and I was actually ostracized because I came in at 7th grade, and I was corrupted because I came from a public school. Like it was like this. So
You were worldly, huh?
yeah, I was too early. Like so, and I begged my mom to take me out of there when I got to high school. I begged her because I was like, I'm the only Christian here. I was like, you want me to be a Christian? Great. I know what it means now. And this ain't it, Chief, like get me out of here. So I feel for you, Ron, definitely. So sorry that you gave your faith to someone who wasn't worth it. So I'm super sorry for that, man. Like you don't deserve that.
I appreciate
Ron,
that, but you
it's
know
easy
what?
to
It
leave
has
the,
made me. Oh, go ahead, Tommy.
It's easy to leave the Catholic Church, just become an altar boy. That's how we did it.
Oh,
Man, listen, man,
Tom
my
coming
brother.
with the real.
You wanna know why I
Tom coming
left
with the
religion?
realness. Tom
You know
coming
why?
with the realness.
You know why I left religion?
Not wrong.
It's a good company, but I don't like the CEO because he doesn't do shit about his workers. That's what I don't like.
oh,
we went to talk to the church about what happened to me and my brother, as well as Google Camp St. Michael and find out what happened there. We were victims of that as well. When we talked about the nun who had been to our house a gazillion times while my dad was sick, and remember this went on while my dad was sick. She closed the door in her face. She said, well, children misinterpret things, closed the door in her face. My mom, who made me do multiple masses during the week to serve, and also got me to the point where I knew which Eucharistic prayer to speak so you can get out to get coffee and donuts early. It's number 3, by the way. She walked away from that place, said, we're done with this. And this is an Irish Catholic. I mean, come on, Irish Catholic Chicago, you know.
Yeah.
And since then, whenever I had to bury a family member, I've had to bury 3 family members in my life, and it's always been with the cross there, which I call the logo. And don't like that logo too much because they just carted those guys around, man. They shipped them to another diocese, and they knew what they were doing. They never owned up to it, and yet, if I do something as simple as masturbation, I'm going to hell. You know.
Hey Bean, you
So-
see Zephyr's in the
I did see Zephyr's there. Yeah, I want to bring him in because he's an important voice. I wanted to be part of this. In terms of well, hold on, I'll bring him in. So hold on. Sorry about that, Tom. We
No, I
didn't
wish I
plan this
wasn't
quite
one
right.
of thousands.
You know, if we were
involved in that too,
professional
by the
this,
way.
we would like totally.
what was that, Tom?
I wish I wasn't just one of thousands involved in just the Santa Rosa diocese during that time.
Yeah.
There were like 3,000 people who got that. I never understand why, you know, Penn State still gets to play for a title and Subway still gets to put logos on NASCARs after what they went through. You know, it always boggles my mind. Yes, I can't go to Chick-fil-A, you know, to support one cause, but people still love to go to Subway and grab a sandwich there, and they still like to.
Not me.
They know that Nittany is Greek for see in the showers, evidently, and they still haven't washed that off yet. Not in my opinion.
No.
But they still get to be on National Game of the Week, and they, you know, fuck. Now they're still sending kids out to play football so they can still make money off these guys.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy. God, I could weave that into what we're talking about in terms of two nations so easily.
I like religion for its intent.
What's that?
And I know people who are very religious who don't try to push it on me, and I love them. They're invited to my house, to my place for food, and I will always love them. You know.
Well, yeah, my mother, who was very religious, who passed recently, to those out there who just tuned in. But I just brought my cousins on from her side of the family, and they're my most religious people, and they're the ones that are out on the street. They're on the ground. My cousin Terry knocked on doors today first, and then did a 12-hour shift at the polls.
Yeah.
That's morality. That's the morality my mom showed me. The true morality. That's true morality. And it's just a shame that. Yeah,
Is it
true
a shame
morality.
that what's
is that
wrong
my
with you
mom told
men?
me
Why
that
can't you
I
men
didn't
do
have
that
to
same
follow
thing?
her religion.
What can't you what?
Why can't you men do the same thing?
Hey man.
It's a shame
Hey.
for all you guys.
Wait, say that again?
It's a shame for all you men who can't do the same thing as us females knocking on doors.
Yeah. No, well, yeah, because
Point well taken.
this is because of my mom. I will. My mom always told me from the very get-go.
Can we be clear on one thing?
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of women knocking on doors.
Wait, there aren't a lot of.
It's not like there's a
women
sea of
doors?
women doing it. We're not doing anything, but it is. You know, I would say that for every woman knocking on doors, there's guys out there doing it too. They just don't get acknowledged. We're too busy, you know, having most of us be assholes.
Well, no, that's.
I mean,
that's true.
I mean, I think knocking on doors is kind of a pastime, right? I mean, I think there's safety issues and things knocking on doors.
Agreed.
And I was being facetious about the door knocking.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Understood. We're all drunk.
I'm high. I'm Bing Crosby high.
Robin is telling me Robin's telling me I need to get Sheila in here because there's too many dudes in the room.
Oh, by the way,
I agree with that, and I'm about to bring Zephyr in. I've been thinking about. I've been actually conscious of that this whole time. I was trying to figure out how do I deal with this because in answer to what I thought you were saying, Ashley, I believe the solution is this. I vote for women whenever I can, unless they're absolute twats. And That was totally
That should be a
Jerry's
Yeah,
face
that's
right
not a
there.
good
against
start.
what I just said. But no. But listen.
Jesse,
Unless
yeah,
they're
yeah.
absolute assholes, let's just say that.
Jesse, I'll give you a
look,
redo.
I have too much of this in me. I just used the wrong word. That's not what I meant.
2021.
That's not what I meant.
Jesus.
What I mean is that. Hey, blame it on the champagne.
I'm gonna have to draw that, Jesse.
Please don't, Tom.
I vote for
Because
no
I meant
time unless it's
assholes
one.
because
Keep going.
to me, you remember there was a video that went out, and I watch it every now and again because I need reminding. It was called The Girl Effect. And it was just that if in the world a girl can succeed, then everyone succeeds. And so what my mom taught me from a very early age, and that's why I'm actually really ashamed that my brain said that word, because I am a feminist, tried and true, because I was raised such, that I believe to the point of too much that women should just all offices should be held by women, because if a woman does well, the world does well. And now recently I've decided that it's women of color. If every office was held by a woman of color, that's my utopia, because things would be done. So that's really what I meant. And thank you for giving me the silence to say so, because I'm absolutely ashamed that I said that other word.
Okay.
I mean, can I offer a counter thing for that?
And then I have Sheila I want to bring in the room as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think that I think we want to, first of all, really address, you know, what the requirements of the office are, and like who can fulfill them. And I think we should farm out the best candidates. Sometimes I think we should give everyone a fair chance. That includes women of color, women, men, men of color. You know, we need an open candidate pool. I think historically we have maybe ushered in white men just because we're comfortable with that. I'm not saying that's always the case, but I think you know, but I don't believe that women of color all automatically get the job. I think what we need is a way to. So in the I am a cellist and I play cello, and I've auditioned for orchestras, and the way that they do the auditions is there's literally a curtain and you audition behind the curtain. So no one knows the color of your skin. No one knows.
I agree. I like this idea.
Just hear you. They just hear you. And if you are the best, you know, cellist, in my case, you get the first cellist position. And it's like a reveal. It's like, okay, you can be black, you can be whatever.
It's
now,
almost like
I also understand.
Yeah,
but
Ashley, do you understand what I mean? It's just like, look, as this raised feminist and my own learning on my own in terms of adding women of color to it. Yes, it sounds like I want to put a heavy thumb on the scale of women of color being the rulers when I said that, but honestly, you couldn't do worse. You just couldn't. You just
I mean, I think if
literally
I can
you couldn't put a worse person in office. No, a better person in office.
Dubois,
yes,
or whatever her name is, the education.
No, at this point, I'm willing to say that if given two people of equal quality,
yes,
I would vote for a woman or a woman of color beforehand, because I need the world to not be the way it's been since antiquity. I need it. I hear
you. I hear you, Jesse, and I think the weird thing is, like, so for example, if someone's like, we need a woman in the cabinet, well, we have Betsy DeVos. She's a woman.
Yeah.
She's horrible.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Right?
That was my earlier miss.
I kept forgetting.
I literally thought of Betsy DeVos when I said that word.
Ben Carson. Yeah.
Ben Carson. We don't want him. You know, we don't want him
Who was the
there.
one who screamed
Right.
at the Trump rally? And let this happen. She was at the.
Yes, but do
She
you
was
hear?
a nut job
I
too.
hear Jesse. I hear
No,
you.
no.
So speaking of
100%.
speaking of women, by the way, I am informed that everyone in the
Betsy
squad won.
DeVos, and that was wrong, but I meant Betsy DeVos, and I think every single person on this panel right now could say Betsy DeVos is worse.
Horrible. Like,
Oh yeah,
bye.
they're all
What
like they're all like cartoon
What
villains.
about the girl
Yeah.
from The Apprentice? What about the woman from The Apprentice?
Oh yes,
Omarosa?
Omarosa?
Omarisa,
Oh, my
God.
Candace
Yeah, I
Owens.
thought Condoleezza Rice
Look at all
also.
of them. Oh yeah.
So anyway, I was saying I was just informed that all 4 of those in the squad, they all
Won.
They all retained their offices. So
Sweet.
Also Jerry
Nice.
plus Corey Bush. The squad is now 5.
oh, cool. Nice. I
Corey
don't
Bush
have it on
also
my list
won.
here.
Yeah.
All right,
Is
cool.
that
So
good or
Jesse,
bad?
Okay,
Jesse,
so-
I totally hear you. I'm just saying,
So,
like,
I'm gonna add a little balance. I'm gonna bring Sheila's my sister-in-law coming in. Okay, Sheila's coming in.
Here, kick me out when you're like.
No, you
actually-
can just leave. You can
No,
just
no,
leave
no, no.
whatever
We
you
don't
want.
want to do that. We
But not
decided
yet.
we do not
so
want
we're
to
gonna
kick
have
people out.
Ashley, you can come back, but you have to get behind a curtain.
Oh, okay.
And play
Okay.
the cello.
All right, so now so now I'm introducing
That's pretty good.
Sheila Brady is my sister-in-law, who
And excuse me.
obviously knows who Ashley is because she asks if is that the one that drives Jerry crazy at work. So,
Yeah.
she already-
So nice to meet you. I really wanted to give you a big pound. Anybody who will drive Jerry crazy at work is all right by me. Definitely.
Oh my God, she's related to Robin.
yes.
This is no introduction needed.
Yes.
This is Robin
so
2.0.
I'm so embarrassed.
So Sheila did this yeoman's job project for getting out the vote. You wrote how many personal letters to voters?
That project. Ugh.
Yeah.
I wrote 500 letters, and I wrote little with vote forward, where it's this thing where they give you a letter and then you just fill in a little paragraph. They say, how, and why is it that you really think it's important to vote? And I wrote like a paragraph after that. And evidently most people write like 3 words after because it is or something like that. So I wrote this like gigantic paragraph of crap about stuff. So where they said it should take you only 1 minute to write, or 1 hour to write 20 letters. It took me 3 hours, which is really stupid. But then on top of that, I drew on every single letter, a little cartoon of a person or a dog or somebody holding up a sign saying, Ashley, your vote matters. Georgia, get out to the polls, stuff like that. So that made it take even longer to build it. But it was great to do it. And it was 500 letters. And I've gotten notification from 3 times from Vote Forward that those people who were almost all classified as people who would not vote had actually gone onto the Vote Forward website and said, I am voting. And most people didn't even go on the website at all. So it probably made, probably 5 people altogether actually decided to vote, which is right on.
That was really time consuming for you. And I know
Is the entire family like this, Jerry?
Yeah, generally,
My God, it's I just see like just cabinets full of sugar cereal. coffee because she's just like Robin. Robin, by the way, told me to tell you that I didn't charge her for that cartoon. I gave it to her because I'm awesome.
Oh, that's a good reason.
So I forgot I gave it to her. But you were just like Robin. This is uncanny.
I'm the original. She copied me.
I know.
I'm older than she is.
She learned from the master because you two
There you
are
go. That's a good way
the same mold, man.
Hey, so I've been making all these phone calls to Arizona, but to Pennsylvania, to Georgia, to Florida, North Carolina, but most of them to Arizona. And I wanted to tell you guys about a few of the little incidents.
How was Arizona? I voted in Arizona.
Yes,
I'm from Arizona.
Right on.
Maricopa County.
Maricopa,
yes.
my county. Yeah. Right on. But it was
your mother is.
But it was fun. So there was one guy who we talked to. He told me, "Hey, guess what? I've had 13 people call me and ask me if I voted yet." And they're all Democrats, and they just different people call over all the time. Ashley, you've been getting a lot of phone calls from people.
I've been getting a lot of phone calls, but I'll tell you when I went to do my mail-in, because I voted in New York. I did my mail-in. I had to call a couple of times because my voter registration was deactivated. Then I had to call to try to get my mail in. It was a whole thing. I don't know if people you've experienced have the same issue.
Oh, all kinds of problems. All kinds of problems. You know, I mean, everybody has had all kinds of different things. So one of the, you know, there were some people who were actually changing their message. So you dial it and it would come up and say, "Hi, this is Cheryl. I voted for Biden. I've already put in my ballot. Leave me a message if it's one of my friends," you know, beep. That was pretty funny. But then there were all kinds of different people. I did actually manage to help them figure out where was their voting location, that kind of stuff, all that, which was great. But, you know, that kind of got down to the raw ends by the last couple of days. But one of the best stories was a woman who said, "Hey, I filled out my ballot and I signed the interior envelope and I put the ballot in it and I closed it, and then I put it in the outside ballot and I closed it. And I was telling my boyfriend I did it, and he said, 'Yeah, but you didn't mark any of the judges, so that invalidates your ballot.' Because she said, 'I didn't know which judges there were, so I didn't want to vote for somebody who was really bad.' And I said, 'You know what you got to try? You got to try Match.com, darling, you know, and get yourself a different boyfriend,' you know." So of course she did actually. She said, "Oh, it's okay." So she's going to take it to the, you know, the ballot box. Which
You know what I tell them when they call me up? I follow Jesse's advice. I just say, "I don't vote for twats," and I hang up.
No, that would have been helpful.
We're not doing that, Tom.
Do we think Arizona is going to legalize marijuana?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. It's when it happened here, I almost had to get used to walking into a dispensary because I was like I'd walk in the order, I'd go, "Do you have anything like just a weed?" And now it's like walking to a wine bar and they're like, "Oh, you'll taste the blueberry effervescence in the back of your palate." I go, "I just want to get high. I don't care about blueberry shit. Don't be wineries, be dispensaries."
That's
Tom, I think if you walked into like a
please.
business I own and you're like, "Ugh," I'd be like, "No, bye."
Nah, they go like, "We just got some new stuff. It's a flower." I never called it flower before, so it took me weeks to figure out what the fuck flower. Quit telling me flower. I want weed. Just got an old white man trying to buy like. Then I would pay for it, and I'd go wait in the corner for him to bring it out. Like, "Okay, I'm waiting for it, man. Where are you?" "No, you come back in the store. We give it to you at the counter." "Oh, okay." I'm used to hanging out in the corner first and wondering if this is a cop car coming or just headlights. It's a great thing, though.
So can I tell you guys about the most dramatic one, the most dramatic call, the most exciting one?
Sure.
Please do.
So I call this guy, you know, normal thing, you know, and his number is just like, "Hi, yeah, this is Ron." And it's just like, "Hi, I'm calling from the Biden campaign. I wanted to know." It said, "Oh yeah, I was waiting for your call, but you don't have to talk to me yet because I'm not at the polls yet." And I was like, whoa, wait, what? Huh? You know, and he went, "Aren't you the ACLU lawyer?" And I was like, "No, I'm just having a call." And it turns out that this guy walked to his polling place. This is in North Carolina. And he stood in line and to do an early vote, you know, on a Saturday or something. And he was told he had to have a voter ID to be able to put his ballot in. And that is not true. You don't need, there's nothing that says voter ID. Did you have your driver's license? Yeah, I had my driver's license. That's all you need. You don't need that. Well, anyway, so he left. He walked back to his house. His boyfriend or girlfriend went, "That's crazy, man." You know, and they looked on I Will Vote. And so they ended up calling the Biden campaign, who put them in touch with the ACLU, who assigned a lawyer to his case. And he was walking back over to the polls where he was going to say, "No, the real rule is this." And if he wasn't allowed to vote, then he had the ACLU lawyer on speed dial, like, "This is the guy. Okay, you talk to him right here." So that was pretty cool. Anyway, it was exciting. That was really exciting.
Yeah, you were in the middle of intrigue there.
Well, that
seriously.
That one. And then there was another one where this woman who was on the calls with us, her husband was on the calls to deal with people who were having problems, like in the voter intimidation thing. And he kept sending her all these messages about people who were told, "Oh no, are you voting for Trump? No, you can't vote here. You have to go vote at a different polling place." You know, I mean, if you're voting for Biden, if you weren't voting for Trump. So that was exciting also.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a pretty strong Match.com vibe off these.
Yeah.
Did he say that he was in a voter registration for voter intimidation? This was like a group?
It was a group that was associated with the Biden campaign. And if you ended up as, a caller like me, as I'm calling, if I'm finding out from somebody that they're dealing with voter intimidation, then they have people or specialists to help them deal with that bullshit that are the voter intimidation group, so it's kind of like, second level service people, as it were.
My job was just to walk in and go up to the curtain while they're voting and just go, good boy.
Anyway.
Big boys don't cry. Big boys don't cry.
So thanks for coming in, Sheila.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, wanted to get some stories out of you. I think
we have one more guest here.
One more person coming in. But this
I gotta drop out. I gotta go spend some time with my wife and watch. Maybe take Tom's advice and do some weed or something. God knows what.
Do some weed, and then Ron, while you're at it,
and the drink is empty.
And then Ron, after you smoke the weed, turn around and paint the top part of that wall.
Oh my God! Okay,
I've been down there. That's an excellent.
So here's the deal with this room.
I'm busting balls.
I'm in my son's room. This is my office now. All our kids are in college, and we've ripped out the master upstairs and the office. We're making a huge master suite. So now our bedroom is in one of our daughter's rooms. Our workout room is in our other daughter's room. And now I'm in my son's room, and he decided that it would be cool to go with 4 different colors. So you can see the 4 colors.
Oh yeah.
Each wall. Hey Tom, recognize that?
Yeah.
It looks like a BART train.
And it's freaking my son is crazy.
That's
but
awesome.
at least I'm not in the other room. It's pink. Absolute pink.
Well, thank you for coming by, Ron.
I think it looks
So thank you for the invite. I look forward to maybe getting together with you guys another time.
Nice to meet you, Ron. Ronnie, good talking with you, man. Good to see you.
And just so you know, Tom, when my nephew, Robin and Sheila's nephew, is in this house as well. And when you asked if everyone in the family is like this, he happened to have been walking by the Robin's computer downstairs, and I could hear him from the other side of the house yell, "Yes!" That everyone.
She was just like Robin. When I met Robin, she jumped on my
table. What the hell was that? It was like, that was Kevin just saying yes. Everyone in the family is like this.
I don't know what you're talking about. See you guys later.
Thank you, Sheila. Sorry, I wasn't able to be part of most of it. But thank you.
So a positive thing about there it goes again. A positive thing about my family is like, if you go somewhere and you have a project, shit gets done. I mean, things get done. But if you go someplace and you want to relax, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, she has the energy of a Puerto Rican family of 5.
It's just like, I just want to chill. I just want to chill. We've got things to do.
Yeah, I can.
But hey, shit gets done.
Sheila calls me and goes, "Okay, Bean, what are we gonna do? What are we doing? What are you doing?" Yep. And I'm like, She's like, "What's your secret sauce? Tell me, what's your secret sauce?" Oh, So
like Jodie Foster.
So get Zephyr in. Zephyr's been waiting for too long. And like I said, thanks for staying around, Ashley, and being a feminine presence.
Anytime, man.
That's awesome.
Ashley, very cool talking with you. I never met Ashley before.
Me neither.
Where can I hear you? Where can I hear your cello music?
You can't.
Oh well, thanks for sharing, man.
She's a New
Can we have a CD or should we have a Zoom meeting where you can play something for us?
Ooh, hey. All right.
Is it something where people just don't ask for cello solo recordings, or like I listened to Yo-Yo Ma. I like a good cello.
I mean, Yo-Yo Ma is very.
I know, but I'm 58.
It looks like you play the drums, Tom.
No, this is my pen. This is my Apple pen. I draw.
Oh,
it looks like a drum. You're lying. You're like, yeah, man. I was playing for Mick. 75.
Say introduction for Zephyr.
Yeah, so this is my good friend Zephyr.
Hi, Zephyr.
We've been friends for oh my God, Zephyr.
At least
Way
4
way
years.
too long.
That's
At
a great
least
intro, Jess.
It's been like 30, brother.
Oh God.
And you were a child when I met you.
Scandalous.
Yeah. So
Zephyr, what's it like to be a witness protection?
Oh, you know, there was a part of me
cabin in the
that
woods
was
like
setting up
a
a softball question for Tom. But I just decided, like, he's on my side. He's not gonna do that.
He's actually got some great lighting. He's got like very moody lighting going on.
So
yeah, I don't
Zephyr
understand
and I
why
have known
everyone
each other.
isn't an expert at like, awesome lighting and theatrics nowadays. We're all.
Oh, I see the color change.
I know. I like the blues and reds are kind of cool.
Yeah.
So tell us a little about yourself and tell us how the how this election season's been working for you and how's affected you. And
well, can I intro Zephyr because it's
go
important
ahead.
That was not a strong intro.
Yeah, because I need to tell him. Well, somebody was interrupting me. We got to get rid of that guy. So Zephyr and I have been friends, and he's one of the people way early on, way before social media. We had a mutual friend who began something that was like social media. It was called SFNet, and it was a social experiment for he and his wife to put together people from different communities and stuff. And we all became a part of it. And Zephyr was one of the people that became a part of it. And we all became really close. And like Zephyr and I became friends before we really ever knew our gender or what we look like. It was just, that's how it was set up. Yeah, it was just set up that way. And I find it an important chapter of my life because it was historical how we did it.
Yeah, no, that was a formative time. Yeah, it was all on old, like what were they, 486s. So it was just all green or orange type on a black background. But really, Bina's bearing the lead. He lived in an awesome house where they had these amazing parties that we would all just like go crazy until
4500 Club.
Yeah, the 4500 Club, until things were broken and destroyed and we all had to leave. And
Zephyr, is there anything that's out there today that reminds you of what you were doing back then?
You mean the computer stuff or the partying stuff?
No, the first part.
Well, definitely. I mean, it's funny. I think that everything, this ancient time that was talking about was like back in the early 90s, and everything that we've seen through Facebook, through like just the weird kind of social interactions that happen, things like sending a message to someone when you're actually talking about them and you're like, oops, wait, that wasn't meant for you. Or just how to sort of relate to people in a virtual space. It's stuff that we were learning how to do a good decade before everyone else. And so getting onto
was that through like HTML message boards and stuff like that, or
earlier?
This was a BBS. It was it had an internet presence. Like there was an email that you could use through it. But it was, like HTML was like this, and we're talking like 92, 93.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't really use the www until like later than that, 96.
I remember I remember stopping by a record store and they had like all these computers linked up to a record. And I go, what are they doing here? He says, you got to check this out. They're going to play this record, right? I go, yeah. And they're going to turn it into numbers. And they can put this on a computer and play it digitally. And I went, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why would you do that? He says, because they can get a whole Sunday, you can get like thousands of songs on one device. And so I go, well, how long is this going to take? And it was Blackbird by the Beatles. And he says, well, we could come back in like 3 hours. I go, for Blackbird? That's the shortest song I've ever heard is Blackbird. So we went and had lunch. We had pizza down the street, came back, and It had just finished. And the excitement in the room when they try to see if this thing worked was like how people will feel tonight if Trump loses.
Yeah.
It was astonishment. And I still didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand why. What's the number thing about? What do you mean turn it into numbers?
Yeah, the first time I ever interacted with the internet at all, I was at a friend's house and we were like 17 years old. He was house sitting for these rich people, and he said, "Hey, you have to check this out. This is a new thing." And he showed me this like weird device, and I said, "What the hell is that?" He said, "It's a modem." I said, "A what?" And he goes, "You can talk to each other in cyberspace." Remember, we still use that word.
Yep.
And so you take this phone, and it was phone.
Yep.
Disc, arm.
Did you have
phone.
that port thing you had to put it on?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. And you set it down, and what we did was, technically, in hindsight, I know what we did was we pinged somebody. We just set a tone, and we sent it out. Boom. And we waited and waited and waited. And somebody went boom. And I can't tell you, it was so exciting to me.
It was like war games.
I had no idea why.
You have no idea why, right?
No idea. But when it comes to like Zephyr and I, in that experience, we were, I mean, not we specifically, but I'm just talking about people at the time. We were inventing emojis before they were called emojis, because we were realizing that in conversations and text between people, that people,
sarcasm doesn't always translate.
They didn't understand sarcasm. They didn't understand any number of nuances. So we had to create these things in order to do it. Now, Wayne, who one day I would love to have an interview with just Wayne. I mean, he was the creator of SFNet, and he did it because he wanted to see gutter punks in cafes with a quarter be friends with rich lawyers who had a modem at home, and it worked, and it was fantastic.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Zephyr. Is there anything that's going on now that can relate to, where someone's doing something so different with the technology? I think everything's kind of being done so far.
Well, I think the one thing is that there was that really great sort of accessibility that anyone could, like said, the person in the high tower and the person in the gutter could literally like have a conversation, become great friends, have sex, do wild things together, and then when that all dried up and everything kind of moved over to the internet, it definitely went back to like just the people with access, with their computers, and it was like just these, and it
became a property.
And now we're getting to this point where there's such universal access, and I mean, so many places that never built up computer, internet, phone line infrastructure. Everyone has phones now, and so we're seeing that sort of the explosion of everyone having this access, and that definitely brings me back to the old days. But as far as anything that we can talk about as far as SFNet, it's like duh, granddad, we do that all the time now.
I don't see that big Wild West anymore out there. That's the uncharted terrain like it was back then.
And that's what it felt like. I mean, like we
back
knew
then,
we were
definitely
onto something. We knew, all of us knew.
It's like, oh look, it's 1 a.m. already. Oh, it's 4 a.m. already. I've got to go to school in a couple hours. And
I blinked twice during the 8 hours I was online. Dude, that whole thing where your eyes hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, as much as I want to see Jesse pile down his dinner,
so hey, you got to eat.
I got to go take care of some stuff.
No, thank you very much, Tom.
Hey, always fun, man.
Thank you, Tom. I'm sorry, everybody. I just had to eat or I was going to die.
No problem.
That's how
it's good to see you, Tom.
Good to see you guys too, man. Have a good one.
Tom, let's do this again, please, because
Yeah, anytime. Let me know.
we have things to talk about. We all have things to talk about.
Okay, man.
First
I'll
time.
talk to you soon.
All right. Be well.
So right now we're looking at what are we looking at? 209 to 118 on PBS NewsHour for Biden.
So Jerry, I can barely hear you, brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 209 to 118.
Yeah, that's. I've been playing around with the 538.
Yeah, I've been trying to be there too.
Yeah, if you accept everything that, even the worst case scenario that MSNBC is saying, where Donald Trump has won Ohio and all that.
I think they're just calling it. Yeah, they're calling
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So even with that, Donald Trump still only has a 12% chance per 538 of coming in. There's only 12 outcomes out of 100 where he wins. And if Biden actually has won Arizona, where they prematurely called it, now they're like, okay, maybe not. But if Biden comes out and holds that, then it's pretty much over, because that's a.
Oh, I didn't see them prematurely call it.
Yeah, they prematurely called it, and then like they're like, no.
Which state was it?
Arizona.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah,
but I mean, I think it's really going to come down to, you know, when he inevitably declares victory, invalid, you know, says these things are fraudulent, and how the you know, how Biden's team responds to that, you know. And it's like, I was kind of disheartened in the last debates, where there were so many times when he should have been like, oh yeah, you screwed up this way, and this is why you suck, and kind of just stood there and was like,
me too,
you know, didn't go on the offensive. And I would hope that, you know, if it comes down to like, look at these numbers, and he needs to step up and say, you know, hey, this is not over. You cannot declare victory, and we're going to push at this thing until we get the numbers right. And, you know, who knows how long that'll take. I don't think we'll know tonight.
No, and I don't think we'll know
like
tonight either, but my hope was we would, because that would have been a tsunami.
I was hoping for a tsunami where it's like, we don't believe in this stuff. It's a shame that it's close.
Right.
But when the votes are kind of, especially if they're betting on like trying to try some chicanery with Pennsylvania has an attorney general and apparatus in place to ensure that it's done fairly.
Agreed.
And let's not forget that there are 300,000 votes that Ron DeSantis tried to throw out in Florida. So there's no guarantee that Trump has actually won Florida. Right. So
what was that number again?
300,000.
Yeah.
Come on. 300,000 votes were thrown out I think it was in two of the populous things. I don't know all the counties. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But 300.
We all know exactly who those votes were, and
exactly
and what those votes were for, and it's just
so. Also, you know, the slowdown on the mail, judge has ordered them now twice to gather everything up.
Yep.
So
they said scour the place, the place after you close. Make sure.
Yeah. Right. Because here I am looking at. I have a friend of mine sending me results. Now this was not too long ago, but far enough in the past that I see Trump or Florida with 90%, 91% in, at Trump at 51. So if those 300,000 are not counted, that could literally switch that.
Yeah, and if it switches, it's over.
Over.
Right? It's over.
Yeah, because at 538, if you're looking at the maps that they're talking about, there are two ways Trump can win. Two.
Yep.
And Florida is in both of those.
Exactly.
He has to have them.
Yeah. So if he, or, you know, and it's still, you know, Texas is still too close to call. So, you know, you never know.
Well, yeah. And now here's the part where we have to gird our loins, because what did I just say?
Lloyds.
That means like clench your anus, right?
Yeah. Clench your anus. Yeah. Because we want to be able to see this blue tsunami. Not happening.
Yeah.
We can see that now.
Or it might happen, but it's just not going to happen. I mean,
until next week. Yeah.
It's trickling out. What we see is trickling out, but the end result could be big. But yeah.
Right. So we have to stay solid. I used a different phrase. And not get too despairing.
Yeah.
What we're seeing. My cousin Terry, who was on from Michigan, she was saying, like, I know the numbers you're going to see from Michigan are hard, but keep in mind, and she's been on the ground, working hard with a lot of people. I hope it works out. She's saying, don't take the numbers too seriously right now, because we've been working hard and we're trying to hand you Michigan, and
that entire blue wall, they're going to be counting for a while.
yeah.
So I'm not worried. I'm literally not worried about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'm not worried about any of them. I'd love to see if we can get North Carolina. I'd love to see if we can get Arizona. I'd love to see if we can get Georgia. Because if we just flip one of those, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah. So
Which were the three? North Carolina, Georgia.
North Carolina, Georgia, or Florida. If we could somehow pull one of those out, and I think North Carolina is still in play. If we can pull North Carolina out, it is over. If we pull Georgia out, it is over. If we pull Florida out, it is over. So it's just grabbing one of those southern states. And I really, it doesn't look like we're going to completely flip the Senate. Hopefully we can get a tie out of it. But I mean, all we need is to get a little bit of control, and we just pass the Voting Rights Act, and then next election, it's not even a question. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's going on with the Senate right now.
Yeah,
I'm also looking at. I mean, these are all, everyone's focus is on the sexy things, like who's going to be our president.
Right.
God, just considering those words in comparison to each other was a little turning. But I'm looking at like the propositions for California, and the one that's giving me a little bit of hope here, even though it's only 27% reporting, is 17 is 60% as yes, and that was the restoring the former felon vote.
Oh, that's great.
And I mean, that one, I think I had an amazing experience where I got one of those polling calls, and they asked me like, oh, do you think felons should be allowed to vote? And I just had never thought about it, and I was like, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's the law that they're not, so I guess not. But and they led me through this just logic path of well, wait a minute. I mean, rehabilitation, is that a thing? Right. Are these people no longer parts of society? Are they not affected by who gets voted for? Would they not have a unique perspective on how the world is working and underserving its incarcerated population and everyone else? And by the end of it, I was like, God damn it, this is huge. This is something that we really need to focus on. So I'm happy to see that that's looking right now anyway. It's
me too. Two things on that is that yes, people need to understand. And again, earlier, I don't know how if Jamal was on earlier with this, talking about how subtle some of these arguments are, and how liberals tend to be better at subtle arguments because we will listen.
Right.
Where the conservatives want a bumper sticker. And Zephyr just talked about how he, as a liberal, is willing to listen to an argument, and that's really important.
Hey, just real quick, heads up, Keith Knight is in the room, I think.
Oh my God, we got to bring in Keith.
So where's Keith at?
He's in the waiting room. So finish your thought, and then I'll.
Yeah. So my thought is, and help me out with this. So not only that liberals are more attuned to an argument.
It's nuance. They're missing nuance.
That there was another point I was going to have about those felons. Oh, is that also in terms of the bumper sticker version of this that we should be putting out to people so that they can understand is the second part of that argument, which is the law says when we break the law, we become incarcerated, and because we're incarcerated, we should not be allowed to vote. But it means that when we are no longer incarcerated, we should be
able to. Yeah.
Boy, was that a long bumper sticker. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a smaller part to it, is that they should understand that even their own rules say that these people should be given a voice. That's
Right, unless it's all
that's
bullshit.
Yeah,
and,
this is all
and it
bullshit.
could be under the flag of the American way, easily.
Yeah, that's the all bullshit part.
So, yeah. So that's the end of my point. Now, Keith.
Yeah, I think he's East Coast, so that's like it's late over there.
Yeah.
We gotta get him in because he's tired.
Oh, Keith.
Todd.
See how he's doing. I'm assuming he's the only Keith I invited, so I'm assuming it's Keith. Let's see if he's there. He might have walked away from his machine.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's
There
up,
he
Keith?
is. What's up,
There he
Keith?
is.
How's it going?
It's going all right. You coming on camera, or are you just staying off camera?
Oh, let me know if let me know if this works, because I am
Whoa, hey. Yeah,
You're
you're flippy.
You're Spider-Man. You're sitting
There
on
we
that.
go.
There you
There
are.
you go. Yeah.
What's up,
Yeah.
brother?
What's up, man?
Where are you at right now? Where are you?
I am in the basement of my home in outside of Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Okay.
Oh, right on.
And yeah, and disappointed in my state.
What's
but,
going on over there? Oh, because yeah.
Yeah. but it's not all that unexpected. So, you know.
Aren't there still a lot of votes left to be counted, Keith?
There are not a lot of votes left to be counted, and generally Republicans used North Carolina as a testing ground for shenanigans, and before they take it nationwide. It's like, you know how McDonald's sometimes tests some new products, and
you get the beta oppression. You get the oppression betas.
Oppression betas.
Definitely that. So it just, what can you do? Like we live in a little hippie town, so we have some Black Lives Matter flags hanging out outside of our city hall, and some people were complaining that it's all politicized, that it was that they were intimidated by those flags.
Oh, poor them.
Well,
Well, those
when you're used to privilege.
Yeah, we should interview them and see how they're doing.
Wasn't that the saying, when you're used to privilege, equality seems like oppression? So I could see
totally.
I could see how they feel threatened.
Totally. No, I hear you. I am shocked that this is working, because I don't have Wi-Fi, so this is like, but I think it's because I turned all the other stuff off on my phone. That's why it's working.
Oh, so you're just like on LTE right now?
Yeah. But look
cool.
what I have though, which I'm very psyched about. Can you see it?
Ooh,
It's got a shine on it.
Oh,
Prince,
oh,
1999.
nice.
Yeah.
This is
Whoa, box.
10 pieces of vinyl, man. It's got like 200 tracks on it. It's like insane. Not 200 tracks, but I don't know. But it cost a lot. But it has the remix, and then has all the demos. Then it has 2 live concerts. It has all this crazy stuff on it.
oh
So
wow.
I'm very excited by that. So
That's your tomorrow. We're looking at a box set of your tomorrow.
yeah, I was basically gonna crack it open tonight and play it, but we're not done yet. And here's the thing: I don't know if you're following this, but I'm everyone's horrified by how close it is and everything, but I truly believe that that Pennsylvania is going to come through, and
Oh, there we go.
and either
Uh-oh.
It's the system. They're trying to.
Yeah, exactly.
They're trying to keep them quiet.
This is one of the betas we mentioned.
Yeah.
Trying to silence Keith.
Mm-hmm.
But they gave him a good thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yep, there he goes. Okay, we'll come back. Yeah, wait for him to come back.
Yeah.
So cool. It's good for him to I'm glad he was able to show up. I've been promoting his show on y'all who watch this channel know that.
Oh yeah.
promoting his new show Woke on Hulu. I've watched it 3 times, and then I've actually streamed it like
Am I
6
good?
times by
What
just
happened?
having. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah.
I've streamed
Just
it
leave it
about
playing
6
all
times.
night.
Just by letting it loop, just like I just put it on my other machine. and
He's
just
trying to
like-
give you votes, Keith.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, I'm giving you views. Now I don't hear you.
We can hear you now, Keith, but we can't see you.
I think using audio might be better for him because it'll use
Yeah.
less bandwidth.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
We
So
know you're
basically-
pretty mug.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That'd be sounding like one of those.
Who knows
Aliens.
Morse? Who knows Morse code?
That's a cartoonist budget.
Well, yeah, all the TV money went to that. Print.
Yeah, how come all the super successful cartoonists use their phones and we got the cameras, Jerry, but
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you now.
yeah.
Damn it! Shouldn't have said that.
Oh,
There- whoop, Aisia.
Oh,
if he pops back in, I'll let him in.
Because he was on a goddamn good riff.
yeah, he was.
Yeah,
So,
I'm curious as how. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Like I'd be upstairs on my computer, but it's too late. It's too close.
Yeah. It's like midnight something. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd
It's
be
midnight
down in
30.
the hole. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're holding it together, man.
Yeah.
It's you know how it is.
It's getting
What-
a little
what can you
harder
do?
as time moves on.
Yeah. I think the disappointment that America didn't stand up and say no. That was my initial disappointment. Now I'm just like, all right, let me buckle in.
Mhm.
It's gonna come out to the right,
Right.
Everything's gonna come out good. But I really wish we could tell the planet. I feel really bad about my tweet this morning saying, "Hey, overseas friends, we'll make you proud today." And now I'm like, sorry about that.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have a big definitive no as opposed to more like a nah, I guess
Nah.
not.
Nah, we're not gonna do that.
All right.
We're,
well,
we're gonna bring the Nazis back when there's no pandemic.
yeah. Okay. So this seems more apt than ever before in this evening. So I want to get some bookings done here. Are we all agreed that it's a good conversation to talk about the fact that we are two countries and always have been? I want to flesh this out.
Have we always been though?
Yes,
Yes.
always.
Hyper partisan
Yes.
thing been
Always.
built
Yes.
up in the last.
Yes. No.
Yes.
It's as we described earlier before you came on, Zephyr. It's that we all know they're under the rocks. We all know it. We hear the chirping. We hear the chirping, and we know that one cockroach means 1,000. We know this.
Yeah.
It's just that when you have a cockroach with a fucking bullhorn that is saying it's okay to be a cockroach and be an asshole, that they all start coming out and they scurry out. And that's what we're witnessing right now.
Mhm. Well, I mean, we started witnessing it a little bit, with Obama.
No,
right?
absolutely. That's when we started.
My saying, which is like we were prepared to elect a black president, but not have a black president.
Right.
Yeah.
And once like the national zeitgeist saw a different thing up there, that representation, that's my it's like, hey, you want proof representation matters? Once there was a black president, people freaked the fuck out because the representation wasn't there anymore. It's like, yeah, representation matters, doesn't it? You representation matters. You didn't see you as the most powerful man in the world, and it shook you. People who didn't, I don't think, were conscious about it. It's just like, oh shit, that's different.
Yeah, there's two things historically. One is in the late 1800s, the white men in power wrote that we can never have a black president, and it's not because they didn't think they could be able to do a good job. It's just that they were worried that they would see that a black person could do just as good a job as a white person. And then they would understand that black people are just as capable and are equal. So that was their big worry. The second thing is, historically in this country, whenever it is perceived that the black majority, black minority population gets something, the white majority pushes back really hard. So this happened after Reconstruction, it happened after the Civil Rights Movement, and now it's happened after the first black president, which is, yeah, they said, okay, you think you got something? We're going to put into power the least qualified, dumbest, immoral person that we could possibly put in. And the only thing he has to be is white and rich. That's it. Yep. That's it. And that's what we're seeing. And so this is that pushback. I mean, now the good thing is whenever there's this pushback, it motivates, a lot of people to like get their ass in gear. But it's a lot of ugly that we have to see, that we have to go through. But yeah, I'm in agreement. Like I wouldn't say it's two countries. It's more like this is the country it's always been, which is, America has never really lived up to the ideals it claims that it is. It's always been a system where a small amount of white people convince the majority of poor whites that, you may not have the money we have, but at least you're not the Native Americans, you're not the blacks, you're not the immigrant, like you at least you guys are white. And I think at this point, like, they're starting to see that, as the rich continue to accumulate wealth, like they can no longer just take it away from immigrants and people of color. They're taking it away from the middle class. And so at some point, the white middle class, they can't keep on, they have to stop being convinced that it's the immigrants taking their money away from them, and that it's black people taking their money away from them, because they still believe in that. And the reason why they believe in that is they're now taking their public education away. Like, people are dumber now than they've been in a long time. And can you hear me?
No,
It was just cool. You had a cool little thing.
It was just comical. It was just
it sounded like you were building up to something for a second.
I'm just saying that people are dumber now than they've ever been, and there's a pride to being stupid.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a pride.
That's really what it comes down to.
Their stupidity. And
I mean, our whole
and it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah, I think, Jerry, I think we may have talked about this before, where I said even our culture and our entertainment celebrated anti-intellectualism. Like, we had 2 whole decades of movies where the guy with the gut instinct was always smarter than the scientists.
Smarter than the scientists, yes.
Like every single show had the one guy, I just know because I'm a leader, and it was just some brown-haired white guy with blue eyes, and he knew better than everybody, no matter what. And like, it celebrated gut. And I think it even culminated with President G.W. Bush saying, the truthiness, I go with my gut. And like, just everything about it. Like, we celebrate being dumb so much so that, we're killing ourselves over this, not listening to the people who are smarter than us.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, agreed. And I want to say on to that and on to what Keith said is, even though the things that he was saying, he was giving an argument against that we are 2 countries that is actually one. We're 2 countries that squished to one. I still feel that's the same. We're still talking about 2 different messages that are getting across on any level. 2 different messages that are getting across, and they're hitting different parts of the populace. We're not communicating to both. We've tried. We never have been able to, ever. Period. Just the fact that the uneducated are becoming less educated only points to that fact that they aren't saying, yeah, more for us. Because on my side, in my part of the country, we are. because we can see that we're not being served by it. And there's another side that is okay with it, that isn't crying out, you need to bring us up. That smacks of the two countries that I'm talking about.
Well, I would say I think it started in when Reagan got rid of the fairness doctrine and threw away out regulations where stations, a bunch of TV. They like back in the day when you had an opinion piece, you had to have an opposing opinion piece come right after it.
Right.
So are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. But since then, like now you have, places like Fox News where they can dress everything up and make it look like a news thing, but they can, but it's just their opinions. And they make it all look like news. And then when they get sued, they say, oh no, it's opinion. No one's going to believe anything that Tucker Carlson says. That's what they say every time they get sued. Mm-hmm. No one's going to believe all the crazy stuff that he says. It's just goofy opinion, but people believe it. And we don't, and I was just watching a news station, a TV station from South Carolina, and it was part of Sinclair Broadcasting. And what they do is they have the local news.
All of us went.
What?
All of us shivered when you said that word, by the way.
Yeah. And so it looks like normal local news, but then it cuts away to the national news. And it's like this total Hunter Biden propaganda thing that is disguised as legitimate news. But that runs on their stations all across the country. And some people see it and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, of course I'm going to vote for Trump. Like the Bidens are completely crooked. Like his son is completely crooked. It's completely insane. And I tell you, like we need to, Australia and Canada teaches media literacy as part of their curriculum in school. And we don't do that at all. And like, we need to do that because.
Yeah, but Keith, get in line. We don't even choose to educate our kids on sex education. the basic one. I mean.
Yeah. No, I know.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that, how many other things do we not teach our children?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the reason why we homeschool. We actually homeschool out here. So.
I would love for that. Speaking of homeschooling, I would love for that to be an argument for liberalism. It's not currently.
You'd be surprised, though. You'd be surprised.
No, I know it. I know it is. But in terms of the people that are out there, in terms of the numbers, they're mostly conservatives that don't want their kids to be indoctrinated. Yeah. Thank you. Way too much champagne tonight. I regret nothing.
It's up to 223 to 145 now.
Is it?
Yeah.
223 in which direction? Oh,
Biden.
No, I have
Biden.
Yeah, I see it.
Biden was going to start with 232, I think, based on projections and what Hillary Clinton had. They didn't see him losing anything Hillary had. So we know Biden's going to probably end somewhere around 232. So the key is to get, that triangle of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or once again, Florida, or Arizona. And that wraps it up. So.
Well, so when I look back at 538,
I will be back, gentlemen.
Okay.
Yeah. When I look at 538, their projections that have been up for months, they've taken one away. There used to be 3 options for Trump to win.
Now there's 2, right?
2.
Yeah.
2 versus, I don't know, 15.
Yeah. We don't got to worry. It's just not what we hoped it would be. Right. But
so
I don't
really think. I mean, do you say we don't got to worry? You think Biden's going to pull this through? Period.
Yeah.
I believe
by the numbers.
by the numbers. He's gonna pull it through. It's just not it's not the wholesale saying, "Hey, yo, planet, that's not us that we were hoping for."
That's not a
Well,
mandate.
this is why
Yeah,
I bring
exactly.
up the fact, and I think this is something that we have to deal with. I hope all of you who are interested in this are interested in being a part of future conversations, because I do think that we have to come to terms with the fact that we've constantly been two disparate nations that have been smushed into one. And
the only
it's
thing I
hard
would
to
say,
accept, but we need to figure it out. We need to understand this is the humanization that we want to give to the other side. But under these circumstances, it's really hard for me because I find this a moral decision.
yeah, I got to tell you, Jesse,
If I do that as a liberal, if we do that as a liberal, we say that this comes down to moralistic reasons, we'll never get them back, ever.
But unfortunately, it's like, I don't know that we necessarily have been two countries. I think this has just been who we were. Thomas Jefferson was writing down, this is, all men are created equal, while he owned slaves and was raping an underage Sally Hemings. Like, it's always
That's an
had
argument
that.
for my two separate.
It's been two attitudes. It has been people escaped and came over here so they could have, they could assume the position of royalty without being born into it.
Correct.
That's what it was.
Correct.
And so in order to achieve that royalty and achieve that wealth, they eliminated one peoples and kidnapped another. And the whole idea has been us arguing, saying, hey, this stuff that you're promising that every citizen of this country gets, we want it too. And there's a certain subgroup that's saying, nah, we're good. And like, that's kind of a moral thing. Like, either you believe we're people or we're not. That's.
Do you see that you literally just pointed out that there are two different parts of that? And this is the two people, the two groups that I'm talking about. I know it's hard for us to think about because it's terrifying to think about, but we need to come to terms with there's still a strong South. And I would dare say not the 32 that's constant that are the Trump support, but I would say there's a lot of people that would still support slavery to this day.
Sure. But if you enfranchise all the black people in the South, we don't have to worry about them anymore.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No. That's what I want to happen. But even if we do that, that doesn't make us united. Because there's still going to be those people who we've kept under the rock for this long. And it took this guy, it took us to say we're going to have this representation in terms of Barack Obama. And it freaked them out. It told them that they have to brave the sunlight and they have to come from out of their rocks. That's who we're seeing. We're seeing that other part. It's comfortable to think that we're the United States of America and that on some level we can all get along. On some level. I don't know what it is. Moralistic. If it's just that we all love the flag, it's that we can all get behind specific wars that are just. But the fact remains is that we are two countries. We always have been. And we need to come to terms with that because they're never going to go away until we figure out a way to deal with the fact that they're never going to go away and they're way too powerful for us to ignore, that we're not going to get anywhere as liberals, period. We're just not. We need to deal with them. We need to gang up. We need to realize that, yes, we're two, but we're bigger. And fuck all y'all. They're going to take it or leave. I don't care if they go to some other, I don't care if they secede. I would love for Georgia to become them.
Yeah, I don't see it as two different countries. I see it as three separate people, which is like, a third wants everybody to be, a third wants the liberal bastion that that you speak of. Mm-hmm. A third wants it the way it's always been, horrible and oppressive, and then there's a third who just don't want to be involved in it. They just want to go about their day, and it's those third that stand on the side and don't do anything are the most dangerous people.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to, you know, they don't want to shake anything up. They don't want to. And here's the thing: is the people, the racists are pushing, and so we need to push back. Like you said, we need to push back. And in order for it to be more than them, the people in the middle who are not doing anything have to push back too. And that's the biggest problem.
I agree. And I would initially, from what you just said, I would say then we are a nation of three peoples. And this moralistic to our perspective election, we have wondered why the third of that country can't see the difference between the two. And this is what's concerning us all. Who is that middle ground voter? We've always thought like, oh, we just need to reach them this way, we need to reach them that way. And I think you just pointed out that really they're a third.
I don't think it's that they can't tell the difference. It's the apathy. It's the you know, they just.
But they have.
They think it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect them.
Yeah, but it does. It's literally a choice.
Oh, they're wrong.
I know this is. I agree. This is from my perspective or our perspective. I hope as liberals that we say like, how could you vote for this man? How could you look this up and this up? How could you look at an apple and an orange and say, I don't know.
It's the he made the trains run on time argument. You know, like some people
which means the morality is not really a part of it. And that's what we have to let go of. Maybe that's what I have to let go of.
Well, yeah. I think a lot of them are one issue voters, and they can look past the blatant racism. That's the thing. It's like that's the thing that gets
weird
me.
To me.
Is
how Keith? Like you would know.
Well, yeah. I mean, for white people, like for most white people, they don't know people of color.
Agreed.
And so if it's not right in front of their face, it's like, yeah, they really don't. And as soon as somebody that is a person of color, then all of a sudden it's a little in there, you know.
Yeah.
They start saying, well, I'm not racist. My son-in-law is blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, Jerry can tell you. My mother is as liberal as they come. But she said some shit that made Jerry go,
I had a black dog. Yeah. Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I see it. But I think
there's
it's something we need to
there's a lot of that.
It needs to be put into consideration. I don't even know.
I was thinking was like, we keep talking about everyone, you know, how these people are racists and racist. I'm like, whatever happened to calling them bigots? Did that term just leave? Is that gone now?
There's nuance between those two words, and that's been lost.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah. By us. We have to admit that's by us.
Also, well, I think also lost is Florida, by the way. Just
yeah. What I was going to just say is that like I think what we have to understand is that the structure of white supremacy, and then we've gotten in this habit of calling everyone who upholds that structure racist. But it's a huge machine, and there's people who are just apathetic and don't know they're participating in it, or aren't aware that they're benefiting from it, or just, you know, have the privilege not to realize that how they're benefiting or participating in it. And then we're like, oh yeah, you're part of that structure. And then they go, are you saying I'm a racist? Because everyone's taught that that's the N word for white people. And they just go, oh no, you know, but no, a bigot is when you're actively a person, but maybe you don't have the power to enact racism. you know.
Agreed.
So,
Yep.
and it really sucks to hear that you know there's no other word. Maybe we need another word for unwitting ally of racism or white supremacy. I don't know.
Zephyr?
Right.
Is that the point you're trying to make, Zephyr?
No, I mean, yeah, that's interesting to me. I really, yeah, it's I remember thinking about the you know, I think of it as the Jesse Jackson line but like don't say a person is racist, say their actions were racist or something, because that starts a conversation. And I felt like if I was talking with reasonable people, that would work. And in the last 10 years or so, that's just been thrown completely out the window. And and I don't know where I stand on it. It's like, well, I'd like to hope like that all these people who are being sold this medicine show by Trump will at some point have that like Nixon moment where they're like, wait a minute, he is a crook. And we'll and that'll be like the history will like, oh, Nixon was a bad man, and we'll get that like Trump was a bad man.
That will never happen because Nixon.
And I don't know why.
Well, because Nixon didn't have a 24-hour propaganda machine like Fox News. Nixon would still be in office right today if he had a 24-hour propaganda machine.
What a horrible acceptance. Not a thought. I see it.
But seriously, yeah, like if you had a news station that just all like said Democrats, like in 1970, Democrats are trying to destroy the country, like constantly, and he could go on and just say whatever he wants, and like that's the problem. That is the problem. And I mean, they won't even let Fox News broadcast in certain countries because it's a propaganda machine. But we've gotten rid of so many regulations in this country that we allow them to exist. And I had this fantasy. I've done strips about it. Fox News is basically the professional wrestling of news. It should be called, news entertainment. It's fake broadcasters, and they put two people up against each other and they battle for 3 minutes. And it's totally fixed. Who's going to win. Like it's news entertainment, and they should be forced to call itself that. Just like WWE, WWF was changed to WWE because it's not real sports.
Right.
Yeah.
Also because of the worldwide, what is it? The
World Wildlife Foundation.
World Wildlife, yeah. Fund. So, well, because I like to gain consensus. Can I get a consensus from you, considering everything that we've just said? There's subtleties. Yes, Fox should be forced to call themselves what they are, and people should be made aware of it. People in the middle should be given more information or a better understanding. People should be able to, the populace as a whole should be able to understand more nuance. And accept that their beliefs are going to be challenged by an argument constantly, and that they need to not only uphold their view, they need to be able to secede if they feel they've been proven wrong, for lack of better terms, because this is what I think that our best quality is that as liberals, that we're allowed within our ranks to say, oh yeah, I was wrong and I see that. And that's not something that is as a whole. So the consensus I'm looking for, sorry, I was going off on a tangent there, is that do we see that maybe what we all need to be pointing our resources at, not just us, I mean, as liberals, we need to be pointing our resources at, and this is full circle, Jamal, education. All these different things, there's so many nuances for us to just be able to change this and switch that over and get them to understand this. And blah, 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 all these different like switches that we have. And we have one main switch. And if we all focused on it, it might change everything. And that is educate the populace.
Yeah, but
Sure,
yeah,
I'll buy that.
yeah. I mean that's the truth. But I mean, look at what we do. We disproportionately fund schooling by the property values of the neighborhoods that they're in. It would make sense if we funded all the public schools the same amount, but we don't do that, and it's disgusting. And now we're teaching to these silly tests. It's and we don't teach. We should be teaching. There's so much we should be teaching.
Critical thought would be nice.
Like,
Yeah.
critical thought, financial literacy, racial,
Oh my God.
racial. No, seriously, financial.
Yeah, I know,
literacy,
because that would have changed my
racial
life.
literacy, media literacy. Like we should be
Sex
teaching.
education.
Yeah, sex education, like all the stuff. There's so much more interesting stuff that we should be teaching. We should be teaching, like, I always talk about this in my slideshows, which is like, we should be teaching U.S. history from the perspective of like the Howard Zinn book, People's History of the United States, which is talk about the history from everyone's perspectives. There's no reason why you can't talk about Black history and wrap it into American history, because Black people built this country.
Yeah.
And the fact that we spend so little time talking about the effects of 400 years of oppression, and we think just because there's been like, since the 60s, 70 years or whatever, or 60 years, like that's supposed to wipe out 400 years of oppression. Like, if we put it in the perspective of that, but also not just the negative stuff. I mean, we should be teaching, because I think one of the big problems that is we don't teach any contributions from people of color in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why we don't teach music. We don't teach where rock and roll came from, or where blues and jazz and all that stuff came from, because it would be so interesting if you traced all the music that everybody likes. If you traced, just assigning a kid, okay, like take the bands that you listen to, and then like do some research on them and find out what they liked, what influenced them, and just start tracing it back. And you would see that it all just goes back to, like the blues.
Can I tell you that my own experience is that is really the first experience that I had that pointed me personally to the contributions of Black people in this country. It wasn't taught to me in school, obviously. It was through my own understanding of the Beatles, my fanship of the Beatles. That is specifically what helped me open up myself to other options. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's so obvious and right there, but they don't want, the people in charge do not want people to value the contributions of Black people to this country, and I mean, like I talk about this in my slideshow. Anything that you name, like there's so much, I talk about just how, like cowboys, 40% of cowboys in this country were Black and Mexican. And the only reason why it's such a white tradition is they wouldn't cast any people of color in Hollywood. So they cast all white people as cowboys. So you have this idea that cowboys are white people. But I mean, the Lone Ranger was
Bass Reeves.
Yeah. Bass Reeves was it was a Black man, and Bill Pickett, the greatest rodeo performer, was a Black man. Like it's all right there. I mean, I recently learned that the slap shot and the modern version of hockey was invented by the grandkids of slaves who left and went to Canada. There were black hockey leagues, and they invented the slap shot and a lot of the modern stuff that you see in the game today.
Wow.
There's so much of this information that we learn nothing about that would be such an interesting. There's just so much out there, but
there is, and if I may interject, because I'll lose my train of thought. Forgive me. The reason you hear all this passion behind me in terms of like trying to figure something out, and maybe putting my ducks behind educating the populace, is because as a liberal, I want something that we can all get behind, because I don't want us to give up the tendency to take in other people's perspectives or the ability to change our own minds. But these things are detrimental to us in what's been happening in our politics. And I just wish we could all get behind something. We could argue back and forth about education as much as we want, as long as we were all behind education. I'm looking for one thing that could figure this out, and that's what I've always thought it was. So I want your opinions on that.
Oh no, I mean that's it. I mean the people in power do not want an educated populace, because the moment you educate the common man, they'll figure out that the jig is up.
Yeah,
you know,
the curtain gets drawn back.
I know, but it's something. It's not like it's up to us tonight, so I'm not going to argue too hard. But I would love. Years ago, Jerry knows this, that I came up with the concept of the education is everything, and I just wanted to put that as the bumper sticker. Bumper sticker thought. Education is everything. That we can all get behind that. Can we all just forget everything else that's not dangerous or perilous? That as liberals, we can all get behind that and push that one button. Yeah, obviously we're liberals and we have to protect each other and protect people who don't even know they need protection. So we're gonna have to press those buttons too. But can we all just like afterwards press that button? Can we press all these buttons to help and then press that button every time?
That goes back to the pride of stupidity and the like the overarching, the push behind what a lot of the people on the right really want is not to like do the right thing or be right as they see it, but to own the libs. And and it's like, if that means denying facts, if that means embracing stupidity and saying F your education, then they're going to push twice as hard. And wouldn't having a bunch of people say, well, you should get your education, and then you'll see things by our point of view, that would just be like, okay, we will burn down the schools then.
So you think if we put too much impetus behind that it might backfire? Because I see it too.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Or although on top of that, I absolutely agree.
Oh, of course you do. No, I know for a certainty you all agree with what I'm saying. But yeah, because you're all here with me. Of course you do. Yeah, everyone should be the most educated person they can be. I don't know. Before this all started to go down tonight, Jerry said to me, "Are you prepared?" And I think right now I'm starting to discover I'm not prepared for him, because it means all the other things. And right now, like me trying to laser point at a problem that we can all get behind only shows that I'm not ready. I'm not ready. And I do think it's because, well, if we're not two different countries, three. That's what I'm coming away with. It seems pretty difficult for me. It bum me out, but that's how I feel.
I'm gonna jump off really soon, but do you guys have any questions about the TV show? Anyone?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's get to that. And
do you
excuse
want
me, guys.
some
I have to
sleazy behind the scenes stuff?
I would love to hear some behind the scenes stuff, but I'm also like looking forward to seeing how season 2, because we've known each other in passing for so long, and I can kind of guess off, generally which part of your life this season was based on. So where have you thought about breaking the writer's room and talked about season 2 yet?
We actually pitched Hulu season 2 a week and a half ago.
Oh, cool.
And it's there's no, they haven't said yes to a season 2 yet, but I think they were, and yeah, I mean, what would happen, I don't want to get into where it would go from where it ended, but let's just say that there's a lot of fun to be had that I plan on really leaning into sort of this this new woke world that we're supposedly in,
supposedly in.
Yeah, supposedly in. So there's a lot to be made fun of, and rest assured I will make fun of it.
Because I've told people this for as long as I've known you, you've always been, woke. You've always been like, proactive when it comes to the struggle. You've always, had an understanding and a feel for it. So, I mean, was there a time before I knew you that you were, trying to be just kind of more mainstream and you did a crossover, or you just kind of just dipping into the wellspring of what you see out there, or did you actually have?
Yeah. I think it was, we had to have some sort of arc or journey for the main character, so he had to go from one point to the at the end of the series another point. So to me, like, and to all of us, we were like this is that journey, and so I know that it doesn't jibe with what people know of me, but I mean, it didn't bug me that.
It didn't bug me either. Yeah, but
it's a fictional character, and so for me, it was important to have that journey. But I will say this: when I first started out, in the first jobs that I got in cartooning were just during Black History Month. Well, it was in February. That was the only time I would get hired, and so it was important for me to show these editors that I can do work the other 11 months of the year. So early on, I made sure I did a variety of I did comics about all different stuff, okay. I did comics about Black History Month and hip hop and all that stuff, but I can also do stuff about, I can review shows. I can talk about public transportation. I can talk about, other community issues. So, I don't want to say that. Let's just say that I would do race stuff, and then I would go and do 3 strips about other things. And then I will say this, that is in interviews. When I was a junior in college, I had an American literature teacher, and he was my first Black teacher. And he assigned us Maya Angelou and Richard Wright and James Baldwin. And when people said, why are you giving us all Black writers? Someone asked him that. He said, I'm giving you all American writers. And that was a mind blow, just a big mind expansion right there, because we get taught that Mark Twain is American literature. We don't get told James Baldwin is American literature. That's not traditional American literature. So that to me really expanded. I think that was my biggest woke moment. I think and my work went from just being about keg parties to being Black in America. So that was a big thing.
That's awesome. In terms of things, not reflecting your life or reflecting your life, I'm just curious, did people think you were making shit up when you pitched Black People for Hire?
Black People for Rent?
For Rent, yeah. Did you
no.
think they did? Okay, because when I saw that episode coming up, I was like, oh shit,
yeah,
we doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think people who see that are surprised that I actually really did that, but people who know me know I did it, and so that's kind of interesting. But there's stuff that I've done that they sit there and go, yeah, that doesn't sound really plausible, or something, like just some wild stuff. There's so much fun stuff that I would love to get into the show, and I'm hoping that we can, but I know there's certain things that they'll just be like, no, that's too crazy, that's too insane.
I was just watching one of the first episodes, and you're just walking down the streets of San Francisco, and I half expected him to go into an art opening just to get free food.
Oh yeah, no, we'll get that in there, definitely. We'll get that in there.
Because I was like, come on, man, that was
I know. No,
that's
we'll
like
do
an early strip.
Well, that was real.
Funny.
That was real. I remember running into you in the streets of San Francisco at one point. You're like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, hey, what's up? He's like, oh, I'm just heading over to this art opening because I'm hungry. I'm like, oh, I'm on my break. I had to go back to work. You're like, all right, I'm going to get some food.
we one of the earliest versions of the pilot script was going to open at at an art opening like that, where my character would go in for free food, but it got nixed. But yeah, there's a lot of early versions of stuff that had a bit more detail. Also, just about Golden Con and sort of going from different tables and stuff and different things like that. But that stuff, I have all these versions of the scripts, which I've held on to because I don't know. Yeah. I feel like I want to take like a page, there's some sort of Patreon reward or something that I could use a page from these scripts, and just say, here's an official page from an early script or something like that.
Cool. Well, I hope you get picked up for a second. Like I said, I've been telling people, and I just been streaming it in the background. I'm like, hey, just stream that shit.
Yeah. Well, it's really neat, and it seems like every week there's something new that happens that makes people say, hey, that was in episode 7. The lemur that got loose in San Francisco Zoo. Did you hear about that?
Yeah.
No, and then there was a lemur that got loose, and they were like, oh my god, it's not a koala, but it's close. And then just last week, the cop that shot Breonna Taylor sued her boyfriend for trauma.
That's true. Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh my god, that's episode 8. And so it's just bizarre. It's the world is you can't make this stuff up. It's crazy. So yeah.
All right, folks. I'm getting punchy.
Yeah, me too.
This was a real pleasure. Thank you for having me.
No, this was amazing. Thank
yeah,
you
thanks.
so much,
Thanks for everybody for showing up and being patient, and being left in the waiting room for a while as we kept things going. But what's up?
No one in the waiting room. Got it.
No one's in there. No, we're cool. But no, it was great. Yeah, I'm really glad you were able to show up, Jamal. I was telling Jesse, I'm like, come on, we got to get him in there.
Yeah.
He's
very glad.
He's the more militant version of me.
Yeah. And always a pleasure to hear you, Keith. And then of course Zephyr.
And Zephyr, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Zephyr.
Robin,
you
my wife Robin says she met you at Fairyland at one point. She was talking about you in the chat. She
Yep.
said she wanted to say hey.
Yeah. Yep. Zephyr and person. All the people that worked there were like, oh yeah, Zephyr's coming. Hey, I saw Zephyr out there.
So hey, say hi to Robin for me.
She's probably watching. I will say hi. And say hi to how old's your kid now? Kids?
12 and 7.
Set 12 and 7.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Mills is 9 or 10 now? 9?
Yeah, she's 9. Yeah.
And Malachi's 15. Yeah. Like, woo.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. Yeah. My kid just scored on me during his soccer practice. And I can't, I'll never hear the end of it.
That's everything right there.
Yeah. And he thinks I let him score. And I didn't. He kicked it too hard. I couldn't hold on to it, It's too much.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Good to see you, Keith.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, man.
Sleep.
I will.
Take care.
I will. Cheers.
All right. Any parting words, Jamil?
Yeah, to everybody who's still watching in the room around the world, don't worry. We're bad, but still, we'll come out of this okay. Like, don't worry. It's just going to take a while, but we got this. Be calm.
We're working hard. That's why we're doing stuff like this, as small as it is. I
How about you, Zephyr?
Conversation.
I keep saying, local stuff is more important, but I'm also just glued to this electoral map, and it's hard to separate those. But it looks like Carol Fife won District 3 in Oakland, so that's a step in the right direction. She's a city council person who is better than the one that they had there before. So baby steps. Democracy.
Yay us.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long. I'm trying my best. I was like, I'm not gonna stay up all night. I'm not gonna do it. I have to get up at 7:30 in the morning to go to a family's doctor's appointment. So
223, 212 now.
I'm gonna watch an episode of Stargate Universe, and I'm gonna conk out
as a wind down.
Yep, I'm gonna chill, man. I'm not worried.
But I'm not gonna say I'm not worried, but I also understand that's the way things go. I like I said early on, it's like, you know what, come to terms with the absolute possibility that the man can win. So I'm not, then I'm not, shook when it happens. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't be tremendously disappointed with the country if that's the way it happens, but I'm prepared for it. But I'm hoping that it doesn't go that way. But to anybody watching, breathe. Like, just remember that, it's like, just take your time out. I know before you got on here, Jesse, you're talking about you're going to do a little bit of meditation. It's definitely,
I was heavily meditated.
Heavily meditated. But and just remember that, everybody's feeling it. No matter what happens after this, you're going to go out, and one way or other, there's going to be a lot of tension out there. Cut people some slack because we're all going through it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be fine. One way or the other, we're gonna be fine. So
we'll figure it out.
So be cool. Yeah. Jesse.
Gypsy is this dog.
Jesse, last words.
You sure you want to open this up to me? Because I got a lot of them. But I haven't been able to catch up on the numbers, but I'm hearing some good things. I'm just ignoring my personal map, which I thought I was going to have to update. Quite frankly, I've been a little more distracted by one of the commentators on your on the YouTube link, and it's just
oh, is somebody being a dick?
Yep, it's distracting.
He just needs attention.
Yep. Nope. And I see that too. And I see that too. And that's what's hard for me. And
Who is it?
I want to say this to the liberals that are out there like me, who are, you know, the sensitive ones. I mean, I know we all are, but yeah, you just got to stay centered. You have to meditate. You have to let things go. Moreover than what Jerry was saying, that you have to give people slack. Because you don't want to interfere with them or go off on them, but also give people slack and just say, you know, they may be a complete, total fuckwad, but it's probably because they're hurting. I have to keep reminding myself that. So all you libtards out there like me, they're hurting more than we are. So give them slack.
Hurting, and many of them are broken.
Yeah.
Many of them are broken.
So
yeah. So thank you,
that's
gentlemen.
my last words.
That's your last words. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Stuart. Apparently I'm a coward. I didn't even know you were there, so I don't know what the hell you're talking
about. I know. That's so surprising is that I went a little back.
Face me, you coward.
What is going on here?
I just looked down and it was just him. And I'm like, who hurt you, bro?
Yeah.
Like,
seriously. But
yeah,
Jerry,
I just felt like you just go David Spade on. I was like, and you are.
Yeah, but Jerry knows that I'm going to be like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Who hurt him? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. But
yeah.
Again, and I always preface it with saying that I say it all the time. It's our greatest strength and it's our greatest weakness. But I'm not going to give it up. I have empathy. That's why I'm a liberal, because I have empathy. And I will see what is happening to other people, not just myself. So,
yeah, alrighty. And on that note, I'm going to end this live stream. Thank you all very much for joining us, guys. It's been great having this conversation, and thanks everybody else who showed up. And Ashley and Tom and who else was it? Sarah and everybody that came in. Great conversations.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah. I mean, we were like, we're going to do this. Sure, it might be a mess, but
yeah, sure. Yeah, and a little bit in terms of the scheduling.
For those of you who follow me on YouTube and stuff like that, and you think you know me, you probably know me a bit more now because you see my people.
Yep.
It's like, you know me because these are my people. And so now you know me a little bit more. So like it or not, these are my people and I'm going to have them back. It's been great having you guys. And thanks again. I'm going to say goodbye to the stream and hold on with you guys a second. So take care, everybody. Peace. Okay.